day of the virtual startup showcase. Yesterday, the sessions we had were focused on investments, while today's theme is about incubation. To kick this topic off, our keynote speaker for today is Mr. Anupam Jalote, CEO of the International Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology, or iCreate. iCreate is the only institute of its kind in India, dedicated to driving excellence in innovation and entrepreneurship. Founded by Mr. Narendra Modi, it provides a complete ecosystem in support of tech innovation-based startups. iCreate's reason for existence is to develop a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem by encouraging and supporting next-gen innovators to become successful businesses and to promote growth of entrepreneurial capital, which leverages innovation and technology. iCreate's offerings span across all segments of the entrepreneurial spectrum, from ideation and prototyping to market penetration and growth. iCreate is sector agnostic, but leans towards IoT, embedded systems, machine learning, AI-based products and applications that solve developmental needs of India. Mr. Anupam Jalote, the CEO of iCreate, has successfully straddled both worlds, the corporate world as well as that of innovative startups. With an MBA from Purdue University, Anupam has leadership experience in large telecom companies, startups, as well as institutions. Anupam has given strategic direction to the optimization of complex operations as a chief process officer, has directed the implementation of large technical projects, has driven customer engagement and headed profit center operations. He has promoted several startups of his own in the control systems and waste to energy space. He's passionate about putting India on the global map of developing low-cost, innovative technologies that help heal the earth, and about encouraging young people on the path of structured thinking, innovation, and designing. Today, Anupam will be talking about the role of startup incubators in contributing to India's economic growth in the current decade. With that, I would hand it over to Anupam. Please, enlighten us on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Somil. Thank you, Darshanji. Thank you, Tai, for inviting me to speak. And very briefly, the irony of this is not lost. This is an event you were doing to lead into the main showcase event on the 9th at iCreate. And because of COVID, the main event has been postponed, but we are so happy that your events are taking place because the work that Tai and yourself are doing is so important that it needs to really go ahead at a faster pace. Now, role of startup incubators in contributing to economic growth of the country. It sounds like a complex topic, and but something. It's really very simple. It's run on just very simple 2 or 3 key levers. One is an understanding that the startup ecosystem in India itself is a startup. It is an early stage entity which is learning, growing, evolving. You might point to the fact that we've got 84 unicorns, and I'll point back the fact to you that grounds up innovation, when it is harnessed and brought into commercial success, that bit still needs to mature. We are all very proud of the unicorns that we produce, and we wish to produce more and more. But that's the tip of the iceberg. It's when in places like Baroda and Ahmedabad and Surat and Rajkot that a lot of innovators dare to dream, dare to come in and try things out. That's when the momentum really builds up. That's where the base of the pyramid will lead to the apex of the pyramid. And that is the role that incubators typically play. And so incubators too also need to understand that there is a maturation journey to incubators. Initially, you open an incubation facility and you learn the ropes of helping startups become successful. Then gradually you start understanding the strengths of the local ecosystem. You start understanding the strengths of your own team and the investor community that you have access to. And then gradually you start discovering a resonant frequency all of your own. I'll say this again because this, to my mind, is a very, very important point. that initially you start up with the business of incubation, which is supporting technically um, innovators. And you do what it takes. You do a selection, you run a selection panel, you look at startups which are on offer, you start understanding how you can support them, and you invest and you offer that support to them. As your initial batches of startups go ahead, become successful, you start realizing that they're demanding different things from you. Initially, you feel that if we've provided some money to them, if we've provided some mentoring to them, that should be enough. Then you realize the subtleties of the business. Different innovators require different things. Different technologies, techniques, sciences require different kinds of support. And then you start looking inwards onto your own capability set, what you can do, what you cannot do. And as all of that starts becoming clear, you start becoming a more mature incubator. In that maturation, you start becoming more of a sought out partner. Startups start approaching you saying, okay, you stand for this, this is what you can help us with, and we want to come to you. Because as we advise startups, it's not about your technology, it's not about you. It's about the value that you bring to your paying customer. When you bring value to a paying customer, that customer will reward you with revenue and you will ultimately grow and survive. Exactly the same with an incubator. When we provide value to our innovators, when we help them understand the multidimensional challenges of converting an innovation into a successful commercial enterprise, as we add value to them, they come to us. And then we will start discharging our responsibilities faster and better. In all of this, money is one small bit that we do. So as you go through the value chain of what startup incubator accelerator actually does, it starts with evaluating a lot of ideas, a lot of applications. Then it moves on to selecting some of them, supporting some of them, handholding them across what we at iCreate call the startup life cycle, SLCM, startup life cycle management. There is a certain set of steps, no matter what your technology, whether you're B2B, B2C, your tech, your software, your hardware, your product, really doesn't matter. As your innovation changes into a commercial story, there are certain milestones you will go through. And as you understand that and you structure your and tailor your support to those elements, then you start guiding them towards their success. Along the way, you discover that there are a lot of inherent capabilities that the incubator needs to have access to. It's not needed that an incubator has all the capabilities inside. What is needed is that the phone book and the email address book of incubators be very rich. So if you have a tier one manufacturer potential, someone who, let's say, is creating a new motor for an electric vehicle. Now, on the surface of it, it seems like a beautiful business to get into. India EVs import more than 95-98% of their motors, mostly from China. So if you have a local startup which is demonstrated a very strong technology, has gone through the tests, and the tests indicate that technically the motor is very sound, the controller is good, high efficiency, and they can meet the price points. All of that sounds right, but that's when the challenges for the incubator begin. Technically, motor to ban gayi, powertrain ban gayi. Which two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler manufacturer is going to buy that motor from a new startup? Who's going to trust their brand name to a new untested motor? And people will do that. But what are those conditions that need to be fulfilled before people will do that? That is the task of the incubator. So therefore, understanding that for a startup, the ultimate aim is commercializability. It doesn't matter B2B, B2C, it really doesn't matter B2G, nothing matters. For us, we are the mature set of people who say that, we don't have access to automobile manufacturers. So this motor startup needs a different kind of help that we might not have in-house. Our task then becomes to talk to our network of contacts till we come to a person who can connect them to the right set of people. And that, as an outsider, I'll say that is the beauty of at least the Gujarat ecosystem that I've seen. It's fairly tightly integrated. There are forums which bring all the incubators and accelerators together. There are WhatsApp groups, there are email groups, there are forums which meet. And why only Gujarat? Although Gujarat is a manufacturing powerhouse for the whole of India, why not elsewhere too? So the moment you start opening your minds to the real work that an incubator is doing, the solutions start presenting themselves and the incubator starts maturing. So this then brings definition to what I'm attempting to say, that the role of incubator in promoting startups and entrepreneurship in the country is truly a critical one. Although I'm a person who's done 3 startups in my life. At that time, sadly, there was no incubation in the country. So all 3 of them, I did all on my own. And guesstimate, but I still think that about 30% of the startups come in touch with incubators. 70% still do it their own way. So it's not that we're on some mission critical. If we don't deliver, then startups are not going to happen. Startups, by their very definition, will survive. They're programmed to find the way to survive. We can reduce their time to commercializability. We can help them fail faster. It's a very noble thing to help somebody fail fast, because an entrepreneur never fails. A project may not work out. Their spirit never gets broken. Remember, it's not managers we are working with. It's leaders, it's creators. And as a leader or a creator, those buggers, they never give up. आप उनको 10 गाली सुना दीजिए, 10 बार बता दीजिए ये काम नहीं करने वाला है. They will run around trying to survive. They will come and shock you with their persistence, with their sheer creativity and ingenuity. So therefore, ours is almost a noble profession. It's a very humbling profession. It's something that would keep us young endlessly, because itni positive energy milti hai startups that you feel tired when you go home. You come here, you charge your batteries, khatak, instant charge. So we have a critical role, but we've also got a lot of soul searching to do. And I guess we've also got a lot of maturing to do. Just because we are an incubator does not put us in a position of any seniority to command any respect from our startups. And at iCreate, we have a very simple maxim. We have only one boss. And that boss is not Narendra Modi. That boss is not the government of India. That boss is the startup. Because if that startup was not there, this incubator does not need to exist. So therefore, our bosses are startups, and we need to understand the various kind of supports they need. And sometimes a lot of tough love is needed. But we cannot get arrogant and dictatorial with them, because they are creators, we are supporters. We can give them very, very tough feedback. We can be very hard with them. We can push them, but they are above us. We serve them. So those are some insights we've picked up here over the past half decade, and perhaps longer, as I've struggled as an entrepreneur and I've seen so many things not working. Tragically, I've seen very few things that I've been able to do which have worked very well. So I guess that gives me a lot of insights into, mistakes that startups can make, incubators can make. So if I were to leave just 1 or 2 thoughts to wind up with, I would say an incubator should discover their own strengths, should be very acutely aware of their weaknesses, then they should go and start recruiting new projects to support, which resonate with their strengths. And understanding their weaknesses, they get in external support so that the startup gets the appropriate medicine at the right point of time. And we relentlessly push, forcing them to think and analyze and taking them to the real test, which is the market. So the faster we take them to the real test, which is the paying customer, the faster they realize whether they have a winning formula on their hands or not. Either they'll pivot to success or they'll fail. Either which ways, we would have served their interest very, very well. So I guess that's kind of all I had to say. Once again, many compliments to Tai Vadodara for doing this. It's really so pleasing to see you make the effort to serve this ecosystem. Happy to be a part of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anupamji, for a wonderful talk on the role of the role that startup incubators have, especially in the India's economic growth that is there for the next years to come. Some points I took away from this, different innovators will need different things, and I think that's really important to know. And that also leads to you need to select the right incubator that fulfills your interest or which matches what you want to achieve. And then the incubators will help you fail fast. And I think that is really critical, especially because in India, failure is not looked upon favorably. And I think that's where that's a role that incubators can help them play and help them be comfortable with. I'm sure a lot of startups would have taken some notes on what to do about incubating themselves and selecting the right incubator for themselves. And thank you again for everyone for joining us today. And thank you again, Anupam ji, for such a lovely talk.
My pleasure, and a very warm hello to Maulik ji.
Hope to meet you. Anupam ji, कैसे हैं आप? Thank you.
Happy to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
4, 3, 2, 1, go.
We're live.
Yeah, so Shweta, I need to leave this room and join the main one.
Ravinji, we are live. You're in the main room, you're in the auditorium. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, today is the third day of our startup virtual showcase arranged by TiE Vadodara. And we are delighted to have with us Mr. Ram Shankar. I am giving a brief introduction. Mr. Ram Shankar is the founder of Equitas Design Engineering and Innovation Limited. Okay. Yeah. He's a chartered mechanical engineer. His knowledge lies in design, innovation, and sustainability solution with a people focus and engineering driven approach. He has worked with some high profile names such as UK Atomic Energy Authority, European Space Agency, UK Research and Innovation, Samsung, Paul Corporation, Babcock Group, Kawasaki, Megtech, Luxfer Gas Cylinders, and Ventinova amongst others. Ram is a chartered member and board member with TiE Vadodara, and we are with TiE UK North, part of TiE Global, one of the largest entrepreneurs organization in the world. He's a chartered mechanical engineer. His knowledge lies in. He is also a TEDx alumni, STEM ambassador, presenter, panelist, and speaker at various engineering and manufacturing events. He is a steering group member in 2 regional committees in Greater Manchester and a professional review interviewer with the Institution of Mechanical Engineers, IMechE. He is also the honorary secretary of the Greater Manchester area chapter of the IMechE. He is an advisor to companies in the UK, Silicon Valley, India, advising on strategy, product sustainability, innovation, and fundraising. He frequently delivers talks and lectures on topics such as innovation and sustainability, minimum viable products, finding your niche, value proposition, and delivery. His opinions on innovation, sustainability, engineering, and product development are available at his website and blog, which is ram.work, ram.work. So welcome to Ram, and we would love to hear your views. Over to you, Ram.
Thank you, Ravinji. Thank you, Darshan and Shweta, for having me here today, and thank you to TiE Vadodara. So before I start, let me quickly share my screen so that we know what it is that we are looking at today. So today we're going to be talking about minimum viable products and how to successfully develop them. And I must reiterate that it is a privilege and an honor to be associated with TiE Vadodara, Vibrant Gujarat, the government of Gujarat, and as an Indian to be really be part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav today. So this is what we will be looking at as we go through the morning session. A quick introduction, setting up the scene, what is an MVP, misconceptions, where to begin, strategy, differentiators, benefits, and I'm also leaving you with a toolkit at the end of the talk, which will be shared when the presentation goes to you. Through the presentation, you also have certain tips at certain points, which will also be given to you as part of the presentations. So quickly, who I am. I mean, Ravinji has given a quick introduction to who I am. He's also spoken about what Equitas does as a company. So I will completely skip this because today, this morning session is not about me or my company. It is about all of you who've taken the time to be here today. So let's first set the scene. Very often, let me do one thing. Before anything, let me switch off my camera in the interest of preserving bandwidth. So you can still see me later on, but I'll keep the camera off for now. Right, so more often than not, the opportunity to develop a new product happens under 2 situations. The first one is a market-driven opportunity where you get an inquiry, an inbound inquiry from a customer wanting a specific product. You present a proposal, results in a sales order, you develop the product. That is fairly low risk and fairly easy to do. But the second opportunity is the company-driven or a founder-driven opportunity where a clever founder or a person observes the world around them and decides, I see a gap in this world around me too, and an opportunity to develop a product. Now, in this instance, there is no customer inquiry, there is no guarantee of getting a sales order, and no external impetus, just the visibility of a potential opportunity. In this instance, there is a need for you to balance this opportunity with the risks of venturing forth and developing products and solutions where the path ahead is unknown and uncertain. Now, this is what we'll be looking at. A relatively safe approach in this situation is to develop what we call as a minimum viable product, or an MVP. Throughout today morning session, you will see me talking, either saying minimum viable product or an MVP. They essentially mean the same thing. Right. So why do we need to do an MVP? There are 5 reasons why it's a good idea to go forth with an MVP. First one is testing an idea. Ideas are what drive the world forward, and they set the precedent for things that follow. However, the idea is only a starting point. So the first thing to do is validate an idea. So this is reason number 1, to validate an idea. Next thing is testing functionality. The product or solution that comes off an idea must function as intended, but if it doesn't, there is no point in going forward on that path. Either find an alternative path or shelve the idea. That's the reason number 2, testing functionality. Third, test against the market. Let's say your product is a fantastic product, it functions as intended, but then the question is there going to be a significant market for this product that makes further progress worthy of time, effort, and resources? So you can use an MVP to get feedback from the market straight away, and that is an accepted industry norm. That is reason number 3. Reason number 4 is to offer a no-strings offering to generate some initial revenue. For example, if you look at budget airlines, which offer you no-frills flying experience with basic seats, economy class seats and everything, and then they charge you for extras like priority boarding, added luggage, snacks and food and all that. And the other example you look at is the basic model of any entry-level car, which is a no-strings offering that generates some traction. And finally, to get a bit more funding. When you apply for funding with investors, private equity or institutional or whoever it is, or for grants, having an MVP is likely to increase your chances of success because it builds confidence in your venture so that people know they have a greater chance of getting a good return on their investment. So these are the 5 reasons why you focus on a minimum viable product or an MVP. Now, what exactly is an MVP, right? It has 3 words: minimum, viable, and product. Now, as you can see, I've put an emphasis on the word viable, and I've highlighted in red. We'll come to that in a little bit later, but first let's focus on the word minimum, right? At the very least, the minimum means it represents the very few minimum criteria a product must fulfill. Firstly, it must be technically possible and functionally able. So what do we mean by this? Let's look at it with an example, right? So we in today's world have the desire for clean energy and infinite energy, unlimited energy. How do we do it? All of us know that cats always land on their feet. We also have heard that bread with butter always falls the buttered side down. So what do? We attach the bread to the cat with the buttered side up. Now what will happen is the cat and the bread will keep rotating and it will never fall on the ground. Now attach the cat bread to a generator and boom, you have infinite energy. Now all of you have probably realized that this is absolute nonsense and this is absurd, this doesn't work. So when I say your MVP must be technically possible and functionally able, it means it must make sense from a scientific and technical point of view. If you want to create an energy generating device, my advice is don't do this. Technically possible, functionally able must be something that is actually going to happen with your MVP. Second thing you need to do is we need to talk about regulatory and legal requirements. There are 2 separate things. Regulatory talks about the industry or sector specific rules, and legal requirements defines the law of the land. For example, if you want to develop a product for the medical industry or a medical device, you must comply with appropriate medical standards, things such as ISO 13485, for instance. But at the same time, depending on the country in which you want to sell your medical device for use by doctors and patients and everyone, you must comply with the legal rules of those countries. If you want to sell it to the US, you must abide by their local laws. If you want to sell it in the UK and Europe and European Union, you need to abide with local laws. And similarly, if you want to sell it to India, to Bharat, you need to comply with what the Indian laws tell you to do. That's regulatory and legal. Now, when we talk about viable, which is the important bit here, your product, your MVP must fulfill three things. The first one is what I call effectiveness. Effectiveness simply means your product does what it says it will. For example, all of us are familiar with the painkiller, ibuprofen, brufen, Nurofen, right? The effectiveness of the painkiller is determined by whether or not it provides relief against pain. If it is effective. If it's not, it is not effective. Number one, your product must do what it says it will. Second thing is consistency. By consistency, what I mean is, going back to the painkiller, is it relieving pain 10 times out of 10, or is it only relieving pain 4 times out of 10? If your product, if the painkiller gives you pain relief 10 times out of 10, it is consistent. If it's only relieving pain only 4 times out of 10, it is not consistent at all. Now, the first two things I've shown you here, effectiveness and consistency, are absolutely essential because they offer assurance in your product and solution to your target audience. Now, if your product does not meet either of these things, then there is no point in talking about the third thing because you don't have a product at all. Now, I will assume that the MVP you're developing will be effective and it'll be consistent, which means the third thing your product must do is be efficient. When I talk about efficiency, I'm asking the question whether it represents value for the resources you've spent in making the product. And when I talk about resources, I'm just not talking about money. I'm talking about money. I'm talking about the time it's taken to develop the product. I'm talking about the time it will take your users to be able to understand how your product functions and use it to the best advantage. I'm talking about the learning curve, your supply chain, and everything. That's what efficiency is. So in order to be viable, your product must be effective. First, it must be consistent. Secondly, and finally, it must be efficient. That's what the viable bit is. And finally, what exactly is a product? When we say products, it covers a wide spectrum. Firstly, the products are the physical ones that we can touch, see, feel, lift, and use. It also includes experiences such as going to the cinema, movie theater, going on holiday, standing in a queue even. That's an experience. That also counts as a product. And services such as your broadband connection, your internet connection, your TV service, your streaming, and so on and so forth. And finally, it also includes processes, things that we actually do to make our products, designing of your systems, designing of manufacturing processes, user experience processes, interfaces, and so on and so forth. Now, the essential thing to remember here is that your minimum viable product offers a solution that is unique at the time and place of introduction into the market, which brings us to tip number 1. Product development is not about products, it is about solutions. There we go. Next, let's look at some common misconceptions. Misconception number 1 is we do not have enough money to make a full product, therefore let's make a minimum product. The problem here is the focus is on minimum and the focus is on product, with the viable bit being left out. If you're not focusing on the viability, especially the effectiveness and consistency of the product, you do not have a product at all. What happens then is there is no question of having a product at all. So your product must fulfill its basic functional requirements and it must be viable, effective, consistent, and efficient. Second misconception is you must all be familiar with this image where the first image is that of a skateboard and the last image is that of a car. And a lot of people tell you that this is how you build an MVP. But when I look at the image, I see 5 different products. That's not how you build an MVP. A skateboard is not a scooter. It's not a bicycle is not a motorcycle is not a car. Let's look at how a minimum viable product must be. We're all familiar with aircraft. We're all familiar with taking a flight, and we're all familiar with the economy class seat. Now, if you ask me what an MVP is, an economy class seat sums up what an MVP must be better than anything else I've seen, because it fulfills all the mandatory regulatory and legal requirements of what an airline seat must do. It also fulfills all by the very basic requirements of seating a passenger for the duration of a flight in a safe manner. Now, building on this minimum viable product, you get premium economy seats, you get business class and first class seats. So a good example of a minimum viable product or MVP is a basic economy class seat in any airline. The third misconception is as soon as people build an MVP, they think they have arrived. But the thing is, they've only arrived at the starting line, because an MVP is not the end of the journey, it's the beginning of the journey. It is a bit like an endurance race like the 24-hour of Le Mans, because that race happens over 24 hours in changing weather conditions, and the cars do close to 5,000 kilometers in a span of 24 hours. And more importantly, if you win that, it's not the end of the world. You have to come back next year and start all over again. So even if you take the MVP and develop into a successful product, that's it. That's done for that product. You have to come back and start all over again for your next product. So the MVP is only a starting point of your entrepreneurial or your innovation journey. Now, I've told you the misconceptions or what not to do. Now I'm going to talk about where to begin or how to begin. The first thing you need to do is you must start with a clear definition of the problem you're trying to solve, and also present why it is a problem. Ideally, you must, I insist on the word you must define this in one sentence. Define the problem in one sentence. That's your tip number 2. Clearly define the problem in no more than one sentence. Next, clearly define the solution. Do not define the product. Define the solution and how it will solve the problem. Most of us as founders, entrepreneurs, and engineers tend to focus on our products and tell people why our product is the best product in the world. But that's not the way to do it. We must focus on how our product will solve a problem to a target audience. Your tip number 2 on where to begin is focus on the solution, not the product. Tip number 3, let's say you've defined your problem, you've defined your solution. Now, the next thing you need to define is what outcomes will define whether or not your solution is a success or whether your solution is a failure. And then you must also define how will you measure whether something is a success or something is a failure, whether you're reducing machine downtime, whether you're looking at sales numbers, whether you're looking at market reach, or whatever it is. You must define what is success, what will be considered failure, and how you measure it. That's your next tip. Define success and failure and develop measurement methods so that you know whether or not your product or a solution is a success or a failure. Now, so that's where you start. And now you need 3 essential ingredients at the bare minimum in order to successfully develop MVPs. The first one of them is resources. Let's look at resources. The first resource is investment and budget. How much money do you have and how much money you want to put into this product? Second thing is time. When I say time, the first thing I mean is by when do you realistically expect to deliver this MVP, number 1. And the second thing when I talk about time is not just the time it takes for you to develop and deliver this MVP, but also the timing of your introduction, whether this is the right time for this product in this market. That's a decision you will have to make. That's what I mean by time. The third ingredient is the team or the people. Do you have all the necessary knowledge, skills, and capabilities in-house, or do you need to go out and bring more people in to help you successfully develop this MVP? The fourth thing I'm talking about is a supply chain. Do you have a robust supply chain to provide you with all the necessary items required to make this product, to deliver the MVP, on the one side? On the other side, do you have a robust supply chain that will deliver your product from source to destination into your target market? And finally, if you're a manufacturer, do you have in-house capabilities to actually make the product or make the prototype, or do you need to go somewhere else to get it made? So the next tip is resources mean all these things: money, time, skills, supply chain, capability, capacity, and a lot more. The next thing is infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I'm talking about support infrastructure. Now, when we spoke about resources, resources mean everything you need to successfully develop and deliver your MVP. But when we talk about support infrastructure, it means everything that your target audience or your customers will need to be able to effectively and successfully use your product. For example, it means things like electricity, internet connectivity. It also means user manuals and users instructions on how to use your product effectively. For example, if you're developing a product, let's say for sub-Saharan Africa or rural India, what are the problems you're going to encounter? Electricity, perhaps, internet connectivity, or even physical infrastructure, such as roads on which vehicles can travel and deliver your product to the market. Now, the other thing is electric cars today seem to be taking over the world. Everyone is going, every major auto manufacturer is talking electric cars. Well, the question that comes to mind is, do we have enough charging stations to match the quantity and speed of our petrol stations to make electric cars as effective as fossil fuel cars? So the next tip for you is do not ignore support infrastructure. That will play an important role in whether or not your MVP and your other products will be successful or not. And finally, the third essential ingredient is the market. You do need a market, because whom are you going to sell your product to if you don't have a market? Now, for any new product or service, regardless of industry, sector, or company size, your market will be across a spectrum. On the one end of the spectrum, you have all your novices. On the other end of the spectrum, you have all your expert. And the rest of the market lies in between. Now, most of us, what we do when we develop a new product, we only focus on the enthusiasts or the experts because it's an easy win. But the problem is, when you talk about an MVP, like I said earlier, it's only a starting point. You cannot simply concentrate only on your enthusiasts. What you must do is, while you're initially focusing on your enthusiasts, you must also build into your product features that will attract also the novices. So what you must do is balance your novelty of your product, which will keep the enthusiasts enthusiastic about your product, but at the same time, keep the product familiar so that novices will know it is something they can relate to and they can also pick it up and use it. So the next tip for you is, do not focus only on the enthusiasts. Keep your focus on the entire spectrum of your market, because your minimum viable product will eventually develop into a product for the entire market. So that's the three essential ingredients that I'm talking about. Now I'm going to talk to you about what I call as differentiators, how you can stand out in the market by catering to certain specific things. Differentiator number one is personalization. Now, all of us are individual people with our own interests, our own tastes, and our own preferences. I mean, you will go to any social gathering, you will always have two sets of people, one always arguing for Android phones, the other one arguing for Apple phones. So somebody will love a BMW, somebody will say Mercedes-Benz, and all these things in between. So what you need to do is take the advantages of mass manufacturing eventually, and then combine it with what is called as personalization and call your product mass customization, which means while you're trying to eventually go down the mass manufacturing side, you must build into your product features that will enable personalization for different types of users. Remember one thing, the world, people are becoming increasingly preferential. You must cater to the personal tastes of a wide variety of your market segment. So personalization matters. The next thing is sustainability. Care for the planet. When I talk about sustainability, I want all of you to be truly sustainable in your approach. Don't do it as a box ticking exercise. What we talk about is, are you being sustainable in your design? Are you being sustainable in your manufacturing efforts? Are you being sustainable in your carbon footprint and everything? Because all these things eventually add up. If you start the design of your product with sustainability in mind, you can reap the benefits of sustainability across your entire product life cycle. Design lightweight, which means less time to manufacture, less energy spent. Lighter weight components means less cost of transportation, less fossil fuel burn, and therefore you get the sustainability benefits across the entire product life cycle and along the supply chain as well. So be genuinely sustainable. The third thing I'm talking about is inclusiveness. Let me give you an example. 65% of the world's population drives on the right-hand side of the road. USA, Canada, Mexico, Latin America, Europe, all of them drive on the right-hand side of the road. But automotive manufacturers do not stop making cars for people who drive on the left-hand side of the road, which is the 35% of us residing in India, UK, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and all these countries. So inclusiveness is about looking after the people who are a minority segment in your target market as well. And when I talk about inclusiveness, I'm not just talking about people who are driving on different sides of the road. I'm talking about people who are left-handed. I'm talking about people with different abilities. I'm talking about elderly people and so many different things. But the key to being inclusive in your product development is do not make inclusiveness obvious in your product, because that will embarrass people and put them off. Your inclusiveness or inclusivity has to be subtle so that people know it is designed for them without it being too obvious to them. And finally, the fourth differentiator in today's world is being ethical, being part of the society, and being compassionate. When I talk about being ethical, as far as possible, keep your supply chain local, contribute to the economy of people around you. When I talk about society and compassion, I'm talking about if you set up your offices or factories in a particular part of the country or the world, as far as possible, try and recruit your people from within the communities where you're setting up your plants and offices. So to be truly ethical, this is what you need to do. You be ethical, be part of your society and community, and practice compassion by being more proactive to what your users want. So those are the four differentiators. I'm now going to talk about risks and mitigation. The first risk with developing MVP is over-delivering. Earlier, I spoke about people only doing a minimum product, but on the other end of the spectrum are people who over-deliver. Remember, the M in the minimum viable product stands for minimum, right? Deliver the bare minimum functionality and compliance in your product. Do not over-deliver, because you do not know whether or not your product is going to be a success in the market. The next is people do it for the wrong reasons. People get a herd mentality. They say, let's do an MVP because everyone is doing it. Do not do that. Like I told you earlier, clearly define the problem, clearly define the solution, not the product. And finally, clearly define the success, failure, and measurement of your product. The third thing is fear of failure. Do not worry about it, because this is a learning experience with feedback from the market itself. Therefore, even if you don't make a successful product with an MVP, you will learn a lot of lessons from your market. That's the risks and mitigation. Finally, let's go through the benefits of developing an MVP. First one, it's a rapid and cost-effective validation of the idea on the product. The next benefit is you either get confidence and assurance in your product, or you get a good learning experience and discovery of what you should be doing. And finally, you get a good understanding of what the users need when you develop an MVP, and then you can tailor the future iterations of your product based on how the market responds. So MVP toolkit number one is an MVP delivery statement. Define the problem in one sentence, define the solution in one sentence, define success failure parameters, and then define how you measure it. The MVP toolkit number two is what I call as here to there analysis. Define the current situation, which is what I call here. Define the required or ideal situation, which I call there. Lay them next to each other and determine the steps needed to get from here to there. And finally, Mike is your best friend. Understand your market, identify your users whom you want to target in the spectrum. Infrastructure, determine the kind of support infrastructure your product will need to function usefully. And finally, capability. Do you have the resources to develop in-house, supply chain, logistics, and gaps? Do an assessment of these. These are your three toolkits, which you can take away and work in your own time after we share the supply presentation with yourselves. Quick summary. We've seen what an MVP is. We've looked at the misconceptions. We know where to begin. We've seen the three essential ingredients. We've done the four differentiators, the benefits, and you have the toolkits. Any questions, you can either ask me if we have time, or please send them across to the organizers or email me. You have my contact details in the initial slides. And that brings me to the end of my presentation, and I genuinely hope I've not overrun. Now, I think I'm trying to switch on my video. Yes. Looks like my camera has been switched off for some reason, so I think I should be able to switch on my video. Hi, Shweta, I'm not able to switch on my video now. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Ravin. Hi, I'm not able to switch on my video.
Yeah, I think I'm just requesting the central team.
Right, I'm back now on video.
Okay.
So that was a quick-fire introduction to MVPs. So yeah, I really had to rush through the slides given the time, but hey, like I said, I will share the slides with all of you. Please circulate it to whoever wants these slides. I'm more than happy to share them. It's not a problem.
Excellent, Ram. I think, I also have been coaching on the MVP, and I really appreciate, in 30 minutes, you have packed, the entire gist of MPP, covering so many aspects, and you also summarize them. So I was just noting down the point in case if I have to just, put them, but you're so excellent with excellent examples, the classic examples you gave about the aeroplane seat and the sitting arrangement and the different class. This is perfect. And I think the audience has got a lot, and also appreciate your sharing the deck with us subsequently. So anybody who wants, we can also connect with you as well as share with them. So with this, I really appreciate sparing your time and, giving this presentation. And we hope that, with our further contacts and connections, whenever required, we will take this forward further. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your time. And over to you, TiE Vadodara team, for the next programs.
A very warm welcome on this warm afternoon on the winter session of today's third day of the virtual startup showcase to all our audiences joining from across the world. We are really happy to take you through the third day, which is an Incubators Day. An Incubators Day cannot finish without good success stories. And as you all have joined by seeing what you're going to hear in a few minutes, the person doesn't need an introduction, and the introduction is going to be covered by himself because he's going to talk about his brilliant success story that's going to motivate everybody out here. So I request you all to grab a cup of coffee, grab a cup of tea, and listen to this admiring story by none other than Mr. Jayesh Parikh, the co-founder of Sony Entertainment India and the managing partner of A Good Startup. We welcome you, Jayesh ji, out here. A very warm welcome from the entire team of TiE Vadodara. Thank you so much for joining in us here and initiating this success story journey, which is going to be joined up by a few entrepreneurs who are startups themselves. Over to you, Jayesh ji.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, a big thank you to TiE Vadodara, Shri Nilesh Bhai Shukla, Darshan Bhai Chandan, and Shweta Ben Upadhyay, all of you. And it's just an incredibly privileged moment for me because, I'll just first tell you that I'm just here to instill some hope and optimism in all of you. My story, after hearing that, hopefully will instill some optimism that if it can happen to me, it can happen to any of you who are out there. So I am really blessed by high levels of dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and endorphins. By the way, these are the things that are responsible to make humans happy and motivated. So I start with a very humble story. I grew up in Calcutta, which is now called Kolkata. Went to St. Lawrence High School, learned to speak, read, write Bengali in school, and I was taught Gujarati at home by my mom and dad. Humble beginning in a place called Bhawanipur, if some of you know Calcutta. No TV, no car, and then at that point in time, the one thing that I did is that I got admission in IIT. So I figured out that the best I could do based on my rank is that I could get admission in IIT Kharagpur in metallurgy. Well, I wanted to do electrical engineering. I have no clue at that point why. And so when I went to Baroda for the first time to give my open entrance examination, they chose, for some reason, they chose me and gave me admission in electrical engineering. The other research, small research I did is that there were 23,000 students then in Baroda, in MS University. 52% were women and 48% males. So I just jumped on a train and I took admission in MS University. I abandoned IIT Kharagpur. And for the first time in my life, I lived in Gujarat. So and my Gujarati was not as good as my Bengali. So I called my dad and I said, hey, I've reached and everything's fine, but everybody's speaking Gujarati here. So obviously he was quite amused by that whole story. Fast forward, after I finished my best time of my life, I was in the main hostel, Nasarwanji Vakil Hall. If any of you know MS University Baroda, I'm assuming many of you are obviously from Baroda, so you recognize that. And I had a fantastic 5 years of my value system that got built. And at the end of it, fortunately, I got into IIM. So I got into IIM Bangalore and I got into IIM Calcutta. So I chose IIM Calcutta because I'm actually from Calcutta originally. And in any case, there was ranking IIM Ahmedabad I didn't get into. So I joined IIM Calcutta. Well, at that point in time, I also got admission in Austin, but I didn't have money to go to Austin. So my dad gave me the money to say, hey, listen, I can send you to Calcutta. So I took my first plane journey with $100, just a typical immigrant story. Like my uncle gave me that, my brother sent me a ticket, and I just sort of took off. I did MSEE, electrical engineering, in University of Texas at Austin. Actually, my father was, of course, not very impressed. He said, you abandoned IIT, you abandoned IIM, what's wrong with you? But somehow I convinced him that, adventure was more important than taking these things so seriously about pedigree of an institute. And so I studied in University of Texas at Austin, where I worked to, of course, pay my fees and bills and all of that. And I became a research assistant there. At the end of my thesis, they offered me a job there. So I became a research engineer at the Center for Electromechanics, and they gave me a green card. So back then, that was all you needed, right? You needed a job, paying job, and you got a green card, and you were in business. So I went through that a few years, and as luck would have it, Ronald Reagan was the president then, and he brought in Star Wars. So there was a lot of defense-oriented projects. So my mother is a Swaminarayan, and my father is a Jain. And so I'm somewhere in a mixture, but at least that whole idea of ahimsa kind of stayed with me. And I said, listen, I don't want to work in this defense-oriented projects. You'll find plenty of people, but I want to bounce. This is not what I want to do for a living. I moved to Houston and I joined IBM. Fortunately, I did a complete turnaround from an engineering job to a sales and marketing job, a technology and sales job in IBM Houston. And I worked in the oil industry. So I had accounts like Chevron. And again, along the way, I got US citizenship. So that was like the ultimate, right, for what a student goes to America and you get US citizenship and you think you've arrived. Down the path, after a few years, I got a call from IBM, and they said that we are IBM offshore operations and we're going to start India as a country. So we'd like you to come and help us start India as a country. I loved the idea, right? And so I'm still body and soul Indian. So here I am wanting to do this. But I said, listen, I have never worked in India and I don't want to go to India. I said, no, it's in a place called Singapore. So I had not been to Singapore. So then I looked it up on the map. I didn't know where it was back then. Now, of course, Singapore is quite popular. But so anyway, I got a job in IBM offshore operations in Singapore as an expatriate to start India as a country. And so IBM was not in India. Some of you might know the history of it, that for 10 years, IBM was out of India. So anyway, I was part of the process industry. I traveled to India every week from Singapore. I did that for about 4.5 years, and offshore operations, our operation was so successful that IBM headquarters finally decided and agreed to move physically to India, to Bangalore. And so I was offered an expat job in Bangalore, which I said no to. They said, go back to Houston. I said no to that. And I became a forced entrepreneur. So after 12.5 years in IBM, I took the plunge and became a forced entrepreneur. Spouse and 2 kids. But I also got invited to become a permanent resident of Singapore. So I had a US citizenship, I had a green card of Singapore, and I did about 9 startups. A couple of them were incredible disasters. There was a huge wave called Y2K. Some of you might remember that Y2K was supposed to make millionaires out of people like me, but it never happened. It just completely flopped. But there was a massive happenstance that happened where a good friend of mine, 2 of them, they were starting a television channel, and it was going to be called Ace TV. And they said, hey, listen, we're a bunch of guys. We're trying to figure this out. There's a hardware software play. We're going to do a cable and satellite television. There was only Zee TV back then and Doordarshan. And they said, hey, would you like to come and join us? And I said, look, I know nothing about television. But he says, no, there is an professionalism. There is an Americanese communication skills, right? So that whole thing actually appeals to us, and we'd love for you to come and join us. So we had this first meeting where this gentleman called Raman Maru from Shemaru. Back then, I didn't know. I had no reverence for Shemaru because I didn't know what it was. But now, of course, I know that it's a massive entertainment behemoth. And then there was this young fellow called Jackie Schroff. We walked into the meeting. So there were 7 of us. And we were trying to just figure this out, what we're going to do. And we're going to start a television channel. And then Sony Pictures Entertainment, Columbia TriStar, they contacted us and they said, hey, we're looking for a joint venture partner. And so we'd love to talk to you. And they had some other people like RP Goenka group they were talking to Hinduja groups and all of that. Somehow, willy-nilly, they picked us. The 7 of us became their joint venture partners. And in this joint venture partnership, we obviously had to put some money. And so I sold all my IBM earnings, all my IBM stocks that I had in that 12 and a half years. I had a 401k, which is, this retirement account. I just abandoned everything, cashed out, and put everything into this one venture. This is like incredibly silly now. In hindsight, when I think about it, I said I had wife and 2 kids, and what was I doing? But this is sort of an inflection point, and I'll come back to later at the back end of my comments to tell you how some of these things, which are happenstance, are risks, that opportunities that come to you, and you grab it, and then whatever happens. Now, of course, in this case, it resulted in a joint venture which is called Sony Entertainment Television. Right, so this is extremely well-known television channel in all over the world, and along the way, something else happened is that I got invited to become a Singapore citizen. So I gave up my U.S. citizenship and I became a Singapore citizen. Sony Entertainment Television, we had one general entertainment channel. Then we had the Max, which people should know is like a Hindi movie channel. There was a joint venture for distribution with Discovery. We had Sub TV, which we bought. We had a sports channel called Six, music channel called Mix. We had some regional channels. And all of this was happening. And then we taught them cricket. So they had no clue. They have absolutely. So these guys from California, from Los Angeles, who understand baseball. And we took them to cricket and said, listen, you guys should really see cricket. And then we convinced them that we should bid on World Cup cricket. So fortunately, they saw some mechanics into this and the economics in this cricket. And we succeeded in getting the 2 World. So the World Cup actually is 2 ODIs and then Champions Trophy, right? So there's a combination of that we won over a period of 5 years. And that then took us into the next trajectory, which was IPL. So IPL, sort of it's homegrown. I can have a half an hour session only on IPL and how it happened and what happened into it. But then, of course, I will also talk about other good contents like IPL happened, Indian Idol happened, Kaun Banega Crorepati came over to us. And of course, it got into major movies. It ended up being a huge behemoth. We had multiple exits, once in the year 2000 and one in the year 2013. Sony had the first right of refusal. We sort of had enough. We just couldn't keep investing our money into it. And so we exited out of Sony in 2013. Just obviously a point in time is that today Sony is in the midst of acquiring Zee TV. The mergers are still going on. And it's anywhere between $15 to $20 billion, enterprise that Sony is. After exiting from Sony, I tried to retire. So I think that retirement lasted probably all of 9 months. I went to do Vipassana meditation in Igatpuri. I went to Sabarmati Gandhi Ashram to do some seva at Manav Sadhana, Jayesh Bhai Patel. And then I did some binge traveling, right? I mean, it's the first time in my life that I had some money. I met some private bankers because they chase you once they have an exit. But I also started doing some angel investing and social impact investing. So I joined Indian Angel Network, I joined Thai Angels, I joined Angel List, and I became an entrepreneur in residence at INSEAD, which is an MBA school. Then I had the good fortune of introducing 2 of my partners at Jungle Ventures, their founders, Anurag and Amit. And, we had a small first fund, and I became a managing partner because they said, hey, listen, three of us will do this together. So the first fund was a small fund of about $12 million. And then we did a second fund, which was about $100 million fund. Mr. Ratan Tata was a special advisor to that. We have companies like LiveSpace, Credivo, Pomelo, Red Doors. You might recognize some of these companies. And then I made a second attempt to retire. And so I became a special advisor in Jungle Ventures Fund 3, which is a $240 million fund. That is almost invested now, and they're on their way to raise a fourth fund as we speak right now. That hasn't closed completely. They already announced their first close of $215 million. Along the way, I also discovered social entrepreneurship. So social entrepreneurship is all about purpose, right? So it's doing good and being well, right? So there's a non-profit, there is a for-profit, and there is an intersection of the two. This is a for-profit company that's doing good. And there, just two simple concepts. First, it is either an impact first or an economic first. Economic first means you're focused on economics. Impact means you're focused on impact first and then the economics. And it's not socially responsible investing. Its intent has to be that you're going to do social impact investing. So it can be urban, it can be rural. Returns are fairly good, right? There's less competition in that field. And there are many, many venture capital funds and angel investors now who will come into that. And it's basically sectors like water, education, energy, microfinance, healthcare, women entrepreneurship, sanitation, waste management, milk cooperatives. So there's a whole slew of enterprises that have come up over time. I mentioned this to you because I also became an investor in Avishkar Fund 1. And then subsequently, when Avishkar became so big, currently it has $1.1 billion under management. And I'm on 3 of their impact investment committees. I'm on several boards, but there's one advisory board that I really want to just spend 1 minute and 2 minutes on. It's called Akhand Jyoti Eye Hospital, which I'm an advisor to. It's an NGO. It's a non-profit in Bihar. And they do 65,000 cataract operations every year. 80% of them are for free. So it's a non-profit. And they have a gender equity program also, which is called Football to Eyeball, which is extremely important for gender equity, where girls from the villages, they come to play soccer because the founder was a Mohan Bagan soccer player, Rutyujay Tiwari. And then after that, they go and join an optometrist or an optician diploma or degree course. And then they get hired and they get a full-time job. In many cases, they earn more money than the rest of their family. So I'm very proud to be associated with Akhand Jyoti Eye Hospital. Fast forward now today, I'm again out of retirement, fortunately. I'm a managing partner of Good Protein Fund, along with Gautam Godwani, who's also a Thai charter member, by the way. And Good Protein Fund is an impact fund, which invests only in alternative proteins, right? So people, you guys might have heard of Beyond Meat and Oatly and Impossible Foods and companies like that, Eat Just. And so we only invest in alternative proteins. It's a $30 million fund. We invest in plant-based alternative protein meat, cultivated meat, fermentation or recombinant, right, it's called. And also we invest in pet foods and materials like leather. The idea basically is to get animals out of the food chain. That's basically the thesis of this. And so we've been investing now for the last 1 year. It's a $30 million small fund, and it's a multi-stage participating venture capital fund. You can read about it at goodstartup.com. So I think that was sort of my life journey, but I just want to leave with a few comments, right, for entrepreneurs. So one very important line that I read, which I want to bring to you, is that entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people can't. Yeah, entrepreneurship is living a few years of your life like most people won't, so that you can spend the rest of your life like most people can't, right? So entrepreneurship is directly proportional to your risk-taking ability. I think this is one thing you should just understand. You don't have the risk-taking ability, it's perfectly fine. Just chill, go to work for a good company, you get paid, you get bonuses, you get stock options, it's fine. If you do have the risk-taking ability, I'd say that it's multiple times that you can take risk. You come out of college and you straight away do a startup, right? That's your first level of risk. And people think, oh, I've arrived. Second level of risk is if you're doing a nice, cushy job, and then you take a risk and you quit your job, and then you take a risk. The third level of risk is when somebody offers you money, whether it's an angel investor, whether it's a venture capital fund, they offer you money to say that, hey, listen, do you want to take my money and grow? And many people get a little chill saying, wow, taking OPM is other people's money. So, taking OPM is not healthy, but there is a risk of failure all along, right? So, and what is it that I look for? So now just switching gears now for entrepreneurs, as an investor, right? I'm an angel investor and I'm a venture capital fund. What am I looking for? I look for who, what, how, and why, right? Simple. Who is the leadership? Are you smart? Are you savvy? Are you shrewd? Are you cunning? Think about it. Smart, right? That's just intelligent, smart people. Savvy means you can sell something. Shrewd means you're going to do a good negotiation. Cunning means you're going to do a one-sided deal. So I don't do business with smart and cunning, by the way. So I do business with savvy and shrewd. Probably you're in between these. So who is it? Your team, your integrity, credibility, education, experience. I look at all of that. Once you go past that, second part is, what is this big problem that you're trying to solve? Is it a useful product or service that is innovative and scalable? Is it disruptive or just incrementally innovative? Right? I look for that what. Third is how. Will you be able to execute? Most startups die. People have fantastic ideas, but it doesn't go anywhere because you just don't have the ability to execute. So sometimes you have deliberate strategies and you have emerging strategies and you weave that and make that a success. So smart entrepreneurs, they do rigorous research. You have deep insight into technology, products, product market fit. You must have that. And competition, you're constantly watching that. Build a strong team, but do you have the ability to grow and scale? So the last important question nowadays I ask is why? Why is it that you want to do it? Some people say I want to become rich. Some people say I want to become famous. There are no right or wrong answers, but the why is extremely important because if your why is strong, I think you can go places. So a few recipes for success, right? So idea, innovate, disrupt, right? You address a pain point, build a useful product or service, number one. Two, strong team. Sometimes you're a co-founder, which is a single co-founder, probably not a good idea. 4 or 5 co-founders, not a good idea. 2 to 3 co-founders, good idea. You have to do 16 things right. All kinds of things you have to do to make it right. Only one thing you have to screw it up and you're done. And what is that? You run out of cash. So you collect some cash, bootstrap it, you take money from family and friends, you run out of money at any point, whether they're or at the seed round or at the series A round. At any point in time, you run out of money, cash, you're done. Yeah. So execution is at the intersection of technology and economics. So do you have business acumen? Dhando karta avde છે કે નહીં? Right? So that's a big deal. So ધંધો કરતા ના આવડતો હોય તો પછી આગળ વધવાની જરૂર નથી. Your interpersonal skills, right? Do you have communication skills, written skills, spoken skills? You have a present personality. People want to do business with good people, right? Are you a good listener, right? Are you a rainmaker or are you a deal maker, right? It's very important for you to recognize where you are at. And then, of course, you do some design thinking. You build products and services, as I mentioned, in a finite time and budget. You also need to build a solid network, attend conferences. You attend TIE conference, TIE network, TIE global summits, VC networking, higher learning institutes, universities. So if MS University has executive entrepreneurial cell, then TIE Vadodara, you should work with them. Be on social media, right? You have LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, you do that. And then are you able to do hiring and firing, right? So can you look at a resume, stare at somebody's eye and realize that, hey, this person is going to make a good team player for me or not? So it's a hiring and firing. And if your why is very strong, guys, the more likely you get to decide, right, whose money you're going to take. So A is an entrepreneur running around saying, hey, please give me money, please give me money. And the other is, of course, where an entrepreneur decides saying, I want money from Sequoia, I want money from Jungle Ventures, I want money from Axel Partners. And they have a reason why they feel that these are good venture capital partners. So in the next few minutes, I just want to also just spend a couple of minutes telling you about trends and things, right? So things to pay attention to. There are 3 types of flows that I look at. One is cash flow. So if you're a startup, you have a cash flow startup, great. Or you have a user flow startup. That means I'm going to have hundreds of thousands of millions of users and build a business around it. Cash flow may or may not be there. Later on, you can build it. But you have a user flow. And third is a data flow. So if you have data flow, you're again in business, right? So you can have either cash flow or user flow or data flow or some combination thereof. And if you have that, I think in tomorrow's world, you're in business. So that's something. And data flow includes audio, video, metaverse, things like that. So in terms of data, you have distribution, access, cybersecurity. Be careful with regulation, governance, compliance, and things like that. So there are 2 types of entrepreneurs, as I mentioned to you. One is tech entrepreneur, one is a social entrepreneur. I think a social entrepreneur, is purpose-driven, and today's millennials are all into purpose-driven. I meet more and more and more of these guys. So last word, which is about some advice to entrepreneurs. 1, cultivate a good executive decision-making. Cultivate a good executive decision-making. So you listen to academics and advisors and mentors and VCs and entrepreneurs and your team and customers and everyone. At the end of the day, you have many opposing views. and you have to make a decision. You are the founder CEO, and you have to make that decision. That's called. So there is a system 1 and a system 2. If you haven't read it, you should read a book called Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, and he talks about system 1, which is gut feeling, and system 2, which is analysis paralysis, right? And typically the answer is in somewhere in between. Some people are very strong gut. I have a system 1. I'm a system 1 guy. When I got opportunities, I just took them. 2, your lifespans are going to be 120 to 150 years, unlike mine. And so you train yourself to do long-term strategy, long-term planning. This is not like a 1 year, 2 year thing. Healthcare and medical science is going to improve dramatically. 120 to 150 years, today's young entrepreneurs who are out of college, that's how their lifespan is going to be. Practice multitasking, what I call continuous partial attention. Right? On one side, multitasking, people will tell you, no, you should only do one thing at a time. Don't listen to them. You must do continuous partial attention where you can do multiple things. You can listen to music and do some coding. You can, but also think of doing meditation. And please differentiate between hearsay, experience, and personal belief, right? Balance these three. So I just, have a couple more minutes. So I'll just summarize everything that I've said so far. So I've been incredibly fortuitous. I've been very lucky that I had I've been a successful catalyst. So one is being part of IBM offshore operation. Today, IBM's largest headcount in the world is in India. Number 2, being a co-founder of Sony Entertainment Television, which is now merging with ZTV, $50 to $20 billion valuation. It has changed the television ecosystem in India, entertaining hundreds of millions of subscribers worldwide. And I had the privilege of working with Jungle Ventures, a venture capital fund, again, probably crossed about $750 million under management. And now I'm helping Gautam Godwani, who's a successful Silicon Valley entrepreneur with his passion to take animals out of the food chain. So I'm now doing this good startup. So essentially, I dropped out of IIT and IIM. I took a risk. I decided to take a detour from my main IBM mainstream, and I built a career in offshore operations in Singapore. And then I quit IBM. I became a first entrepreneur. I sold all my stocks. I retired and put everything into Sony Entertainment Television. I got an opportunity, right? So I jumped on the angel investing and venture capital bandwagon. And especially now with the Alternative Protein Venture Capital Fund, the space is still very early, but we are very bullish on it. So I took some risks in my life. In some cases, I was offered the opportunity and I took it. In some cases, I took the risk and created the opportunity. So I've been incredibly lucky. And so, guys, if it can happen to me, it can happen to any of you. Thank you so much for listening to me. I've got 3 minutes left. Darshan Bhai, Shweta Ben, if you want, please feel free to ask me any questions.
I think Shweta would be taking a question. Shweta,
okay. Shweta, please.
Thank you so much, Jayashree. Thank you so much for such a wonderful. And I think I'm still absorbed. And you can see me fumble, and that doesn't happen with me a lot of time that I fumble. So it is too much to absorb. What a journey, and I'm sure it is so inspiring for all the entrepreneurs. We just to let you know, we have about 138 startups who are joining us as we speak right now on this platform, and charter members from across the globe, wherever from they could join, because I could see them joining from UK North and London, which are the right timings right here, Singapore, and a lot of Indian charter members. I don't want to let you go without one question which was intriguing me and a few audiences. Is there anything, Jayashree, anything in this amazing, vast journey of yours that you would have maybe like to do differently, or you think that you would like to alter? Is there anything that you felt, that you would want to do differently?
I don't go back, and I never brood on the past like that. So I have never thought about it. I will never think about it because it is what it is. I was given some amazing opportunities. Some of them didn't work out, and I learned a lot of lessons from it. But I wouldn't have my life any other way. I spent a lot of time with my parents who are in Calcutta. My brother lives in Baroda, so please invite me, Thai Baroda, to come and hang out with you guys, because I normally spend a week to 2 weeks in Baroda. But no, absolutely no regrets, and nothing there in my life that I would like to change. I'm just incredibly happy and lucky.
Thank you so much, Jayeshi. Thanks a lot. We would love to work with you, of course, And Thai Vadodara is just a crawling chapter in the world of Thai because we're not even a year old. And I think we would start running really, really soon, with this kind of an initiative.
But you guys have done incredibly well, Shweta. You must not be so humble. You guys have done incredibly well. I don't know any chapter who's got 34 charter members in such a short span of time. There are chapters which have been around for 5 to 10 years. They still don't have 34 charter members. So absolutely, please keep it up and give Ahmedabad a run for the money.
Thank you so much. We all entrepreneurs love healthy competition, and we are definitely joining in the race as suggested by you. Thank you so much for joining in, Jayeshi. It was wonderful delight listening to you, and we will definitely call you again for a better class, with our charter members. They'd love to.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
And a very warm welcome to all the participants from the 125 startups who are with us today, and the more than 500 people who have tuned into this session from all over the world. My name is Jeet Win, and I am a charter member of Thai Baroda. After hearing the stupendous success story of Jayesh Bhai, it's now time to pass on the baton. So we have the relay here to three young and highly accomplished entrepreneurs who have started their ventures not too long ago. So you would be able to relate to them much more because they're just fresh out of the stage that most of you would be in. It is my great pleasure to welcome Kartike Haryani, CEO of Charge Plus Zone and Texo Energy, Neha Jain, founder of Zero Circle, and Abhishek Shah, founder of Almoman, to this 45-minute session.
We will be going sequentially. We're calling them one by one. Now, all the three startups are very diverse in what they do. But I'm sure that the wisdom that they bring to this session in terms of the practical experiences of conceiving their ideas, building a team, raising funds, taking the product to market, their struggles, frustrations, exhilarations, they're all common. And I'm sure the experiences that they will share with us today would resonate with a lot of us. We're all very keen to know how they achieved their success and what would be the lessons in their startup journey that they would like to share with all of us here. So we will start with our very own Kartikeya Haryani, who is a charter member at TiE Baroda. His startup, Charge Plus Zone, is focused on setting up the EV charging infrastructure for electric vehicles through IoT deployment, and they have set up both B2B and B2C networks for electric vehicle charging for both fleet and retail customers. And currently they have about 1,250 charging points across 400 charging stations, and they serve about 3,000 electric vehicles on a daily basis already. They have recently signed an investment partnership worth $300 million with the Gujarat government to set up 50,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Kartikeya bhai, the floor is yours. We are all keenly waiting to hear your story.
Thank you, Jit. Well, I won't say it is just my story. It's actually our story of the team which has brought Charzone as a young startup, a young company to the level where it is today. I thank TiE Vadodara and all the charter members for this opportunity as well, and our audience who are joined today, and happy to share two bits about my own personal journey and our own team's journey at Charzone. Now, this entire thing of what you call startups is all about entrepreneurship. Now, this entrepreneurship I don't think it's anything new. It's been there since ages. It has always been an idea generation. It's always been about execution. It has always been about resources, capital, markets, and so on and so forth. Now, well, as a first generation entrepreneur from my family, the journey was very, very eventful because I started my career with L&T, Larsen & Toubro, and that's how Baroda became my adopted hometown. Though over the last 20 years, I've rarely been in Baroda. I've been living out of the suitcase most of the time. And though early in my career, working with L&T and Mr. M. Nayak himself, who is now Chairman Emeritus of L&T. In fact, he became a CEO when I joined as a trainee with Larsen & Toubro. And after a couple of years, probably, I was also invited on one day to become his executive assistant at L&T House. And I respectfully told him that if I become your executive assistant, I will never become a CEO one day. So a few years after that, having worked in European markets for L&T and all, I took a call to start something on my own with probably very few thousand rupees of capital, a house on mortgage, and a newborn baby. I don't think I would have taken a decision again, but it was probably a spur of the moment decision, unplanned. Well, I don't think that is certainly recommended to anybody. But then I realized personally that an entrepreneurship is all about standing in the rain while the lightning strikes you one day. And this lightning actually struck, it did strike to me almost after a decade of building up one business, failing in that, and building up the second business, failing in that too, and then coming up with my own roots of electrical engineering, of creating a renewable energy platform, which somehow survived, and then the next bright idea of electric vehicle charging infrastructure as Charzone, which now has come to an inflection point, which has been a roller coaster journey as well. But the lessons learned are very, very simple. That apart from your own intuition that you go behind an idea, I think it is all about your core competency. Because it's sometimes, I was once asked in an interview that what is your greatest weakness? And I said, not knowing my own weakness is the greatest weakness as well. So it is very, very important that while you can have the next, you might be working on the next bright idea, but it's also important to know that what you are doing with that idea, is it going to translate into a mission? Is it a vision that you have aspired for? Is it something that you can really turn it around while keeping in mind that you are likely to be solo in your journey for most of the part of that, of the time or the years that you can spend? Until unless you are not ready with that, I think entrepreneurship is not an education qualification that can be taught. It can be learned. It is an inspiration by itself. Once you have decided that you are here to make a difference to the society, to the market, to the economy, to the country, or to the humanity in general. If the aspiration is all about numbers, if the aspiration is all about profits, or making the wealth and money for your own self, which is also important. I'm not denying that it's not so important. But if that becomes your core vision or mission, I think there are very high chances that one might fail. So as I remember one of the saying by Churchill himself, that a success is actually moving from one failure to another failure without losing enthusiasm. So it's been a very similar journey that most of us, not only just me, but most of us would have gone through. So one of the things that has always occurred to me personally is not that how do you handle success, but how do you actually react to the failure. And a failure is not about one instance. A failure can be on a daily basis. Your product testing can fail. Your marketing strategy may fail. Yeah, or your entire idea can probably fail, or you have to pivot to the next version of it. So at the end of the day, it's your resilience and your perseverance which actually defines you as an entrepreneur. 10 years ago, there was one incident in my life, 12 years ago rather. It was a 2008-2009 crisis, the financial crisis which engulfed the world. And I was then advised with one of my friends from Germany who said that, well, if you think that entrepreneurship is all about hard work and passion, there is the third and the probably most important thing that you should never forget is the capital or the access to that capital. And that capital is not the USD or INR alone. That capital can be a human capital or any other resources that you have thought about it. Now, in this journey, I'm probably pretty much very lucky to say, and I was just telling my 16-year-old son that I wish I was 25-year-old again, is because of a simple reason that a definition of an entrepreneurship has changed drastically. The reason that we are having this particular session is because of this wonderful world and the world of startups. Now, even 10 years ago, I have several fellow members at TiE Vadodara and elsewhere who have been professionals and entrepreneurs by themselves. I'm sure they will agree with one thing, that the access to capital has been a lot easier than it was 10 years ago. And some of you might be surprised, but well, this is coming from a person who has also struggled not in terms of raising the capital, but also probably trying to understand what are the means and access to raise that capital. So it all boiled down to the change of attitude. There's something that because when you're an entrepreneur and then if you are a Capricorn like me, then probably you're wanting to be more solo, because a Capricorn probably belongs to the likes of not only Hrithik Roshan but also Dhirubhai Ambani or Jesus Christ for that matter. So we keep on joking internally about this very aspect of being solo or going with co-founders or creating the entire team. So going back to the definition of resources, as I mentioned earlier, is so much important, because ChargeZone, which is now an EV charging company, started not top down but bottom up. The day one decision by my own self was to create a leadership team. So we never had an engineer as a first, for that matter. We rather actually hired a board of directors, in other words, co-founders, who joined or who decided to join this journey, like my colleagues Ravindra Mohan, Pawan Bakeri, even the mentors like Mr. Ram Devi Dayalji, who is actually a Varodian and also one of the accomplished entrepreneur by himself. So it all boils down to several terms or several aspects. A lot of people would have given a lot of gyan to you. But for me personally, it says that, well, if you are well within your defined domain, if you are good at what you are doing, I think nobody can stop you. Because at the end of the day, there is a famous saying, right? nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. And remember, the idea can come only probably once. It can be this iPad, iPod to Steve Jobs himself, who struggled probably for 20, 30 years with his own Macintosh. But then it was actually his journey when he got rejected by his board. And just imagine that you're actually getting fired from your own company that you founded, and going all that hiatus of 10 years at Pixar and all, and then coming back strongly of creating a completely new range of product which people could ever imagine. So same thing in Chardon also. We have very different ideas here. We have done unmanned charging network along the highways. Now in India, something self-service or unmanned is probably only at Pizza Huts or McDonald's. Yeah, we Indians are very used to all kind of services, the maids at house, the chauffeurs and drivers that you hire, and so on, and even the famous petrol pumps which has petrol pump attendants. But then you kind of come with a very strong idea, and you stick to that. You said, no, I'm going to make an unmanned charging station because that's the only way to make it viable. And then you make it, and you make it by adopting the technology and doing the programming by yourself, or you're doing the design of the software by yourself, or designing the entire electric charging equipment by yourself. All this thing at the end of the day is part of the journey of hard work, sweat, blood, sleepless nights. But then you need to relate to who you are, what you want to do, and whether the mission that you are on to really it will make any difference to anybody around you. I think if you're sorted in that kind of thinking, or a design thinking as we call it, I think you can really become an unstoppable venture and really create a success, because success is not just about balance sheets, but it's actually the impact that you make overall for the society that you have been born into, and for the country that you really want to die for. So that's it, from my side. Thank you, Jit, for this wonderful opportunity as well. Thank you.
That was a fantastic session, Karthikeya bhai. I think it's thanks to companies like yours that we're very comfortable to buy our next car as the EVs, I'm sure. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for your time. I'm sure the audience really took in a lot. I would agree with you that sometimes I also feel that we always feel that I wish I could be 25 again, once more. So thank you so much, Karthikeya bhai. We now have Neha Jain. Welcome, Neha. Neha is a Google alum. She's a techpreneur with 15 years of experience in marketing and scaling up tech-enabled businesses. She is also the winner of the Thai Women Global Pitch Competition in 2021. She's the founder of Zero Circle, a company that makes carbon efficient and ocean safe materials from locally cultivated seaweed. These materials from seaweed create bio-alternatives to products that we use in our daily lives and enable large organizations to create solutions that are particularly circular, which means that they leave nothing behind. Zero Circles works with many large and well-known FMCG brands to make them carbon neutral. As she states on her website, her motto is, and I'm quoting from her website, to make a zero-waste lifestyle as easy as instant noodles. So welcome, Neha, and we are waiting. We're looking forward to hearing your story.
Thanks, Jeez. Thanks for the kind introduction. If I have your permission, can I share my screen?
Sure, meet the team will have to do that, yeah.
Right. Super. So hi everyone, I am Neha, founder of Zero Circle, and we make materials with a tailor-made expiry date. Now we live in a world with too much information. We see everything and yet we unsee it. Because to stay sane, you have to stay ignorant, at least pretend to, right? So I did what everyone else does, pretend that there is no problem. Because if I don't see it, it won't exist in my mind. So I avoided the outside and I got myself an air purifier, problem fixed. You fix the problems of your immediate surroundings, because for all other things, someone else needs to figure it out. Because I knew these guys had a plan, right? I was not a scientist, not a policymaker, not an engineer. So I went back to my life. And after a lot of deliberation, I adopted a kitten and became a cat mom. I couldn't help but think of his life had I not adopted him and found him a home. It gave me a lot of perspective, new perspective, and it was strange to notice the obvious things around me. So I wanted more of it. Soon, my house looked like this. Once I realized I cannot bring all the strays inside my house, I started fixing things for them on the outside. So I would carry a small box of cat and dog food in my bag. I would go for beach cleanups. I gave up meat. I started sharing my rides on Uber. I segregated my waste. I started composting. My first attempt at it failed quite miserably, but then I got better. And I also got better at understanding the underlying problems. And that's when I feel my journey to Zero Circle really began. My first realization was that the biggest problem with plastic waste is not the plastic PET bottle. India does a far better job at recycling PET bottles than most countries in Europe. It is the flexible, transparent films that go unrecycled. And the so-called alternatives are not exactly better nor scalable. Unfortunately, even renewable energy has a huge environmental impact through mining and on biodiversity. So clearly, there is no one silver bullet. Everything comes with a problem. And as I researched more, I realized we had many problems. It was a far more complex issue than I earlier imagined. Because a good solution has to be scalable, needs to have low impact on land, water, biodiversity, greenhouse gases, and be affordable. And one of the biggest problems is scalable resources. So we usually turn to renewable resources, which are primarily on land or surrounded by land. This land supports 7.9 billion people. It supports the food they consume, homes they live in, products we interact with, and supports the industries that provide us with energy and electricity. It also houses 8.7 million other species. But if we look a bit further than land, we realize we're missing 75% of this planet's resources, and that's the ocean. Every other breath that we take comes from the ocean. That's how much life that's underwater. And within the ocean grows seaweed. Seaweeds are considered the lungs of the ocean. And for it to grow, it requires no land, no fresh water, no fertilizer. Just needs good old sun and seawater. It absorbs carbon dioxide faster than anything that grows on land. It makes ocean cooler and it makes fish happier. And you know who likes it when there's more fish? So when I discovered seaweed, I immediately connected with the scientific community to understand why no one was working on this great material. And that's when I met Dr. Reddy. He's a veteran marine biologist who has spent all his life working on seaweeds. And within a week of meeting him, we went coast to coast in Maharashtra looking for strong evidence to grow seaweed in these bottles. In the same week, we had the entire village involved in this process. Most fishermen and women mentioned that their household income had dropped to a tenth of what they used to make years ago. The village head was a lady. She was very excited to know that this work can be managed by women who supported fishing households, while the men were at the high seas fishing. My idea was simple. Use a material that does not divert any resource to replace a material that's thrown within minutes of using it, and that also continues to live for 400 years. So while we geared up to bring this alchemy to life, 2020 happened. While most of us worked from the comforts of our homes, Zero Circle's team needed a lab. But how do you set up a lab in the middle of a lockdown? And like everyone else, we had to hustle. The first place where we created our first prototype looked a bit like this. Of course, we found a better place later. In 2021, we created this material. This material was water resistant, stretchable, printable for several branding requirements, and it's even biodigestible. It composts to dust within a few days, and if it manages to reach the ocean, it will dissolve in the sea within a few days. While we had fun in the lab, we created many prototypes for several applications. In these photographs, you can see we packaged oil, peanuts, sugar, detergent, Indian spices. We also realized one interesting thing. We took a piece of cheese and packaged it in our packaging. It did not catch fungus for 2 months in ambient Indian room temperature conditions with high humidity. It was interesting to find that our packaging is not only sustainable, but is also extending the shelf life of food. We continued with this experiment. We took 3 bananas. One we packaged in regular synthetic plastic, one in our material, and the third one was left as is. We noticed that on the 10th day, the banana sealed in regular plastic and the one that was left as is caught fungus and ripened very, very quickly. What was interesting is the banana in our packaging had shown clear signs of slow ripening. We continued this experiment with tomatoes, strawberries, and several vegetables that go bad very quickly. And every time we got the same result, longer shelf life. In the past 1 year, we've worked with several global companies to test our packaging. We have received production scale-up agreement from a global food brand, and there are multiple brands that are testing our prototypes right now. They come from food category and from personal care category. We're also inviting brands that can test our packaging from foods, fresh food space, conscious fashion brands, and large supermarkets. And to ensure that we have healthy availability of biomass that's sustainably produced, we've tied up with fishermen and fisherwomen in Tamil Nadu and in Gujarat. We've also tied up with an organization that's producing seaweed 12 months a year through tank-based culture. These tanks are placed right next to the shore and require very low energy to replicate wave action. It solves the problem of unpredictable temperatures of the sea and protects the crop from several diseases. We're also tying up with large seaweed communities in Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia. That's because these countries are one of the largest producers of seaweed. Since our clients have global requirements, it makes sense to procure, produce, and sell locally in those countries. And that's because our technology is built in such a way that we can license it to existing customers and manufacturers. This helps us in being able to grow faster in international markets. Now, if you look at traditional plastic, the largest portion of emissions comes from converting plastic, or rather converting oil into plastic pellets. Now, if we were to convert our material into films the very same way plastic industry does, the emissions would still be significantly lower, as low as 60% as a conservative estimate. Of course, our materials don't leave microplastics behind either. If you compare our material with agricultural-based bioplastic, you would notice that the biomass or the starting material required to make bioplastic comes from cash crops. Agriculture at this point in 2022 is already responsible for more than a quarter of emissions that come globally. And to grow anything on land, there is a huge impact on fresh water, arable land, and fertilizer. And also a lot of bioplastics are modified to such an extent that it can live up to 100 years. And if we were to replace existing plastic requirement with agricultural products, it would require 50% of global production of corn and 55% of fresh water that India consumes annually. That much. This is what we save and this is what we reduce. Thank you.
My God, that was mind-blowing.
much.
What a simple idea and what far-reaching consequences. I mean, how did you even just think of, looking to the ocean, which is 75% of the land, to solve the problems which, it's completely mind-boggling. It's so simple. I mean, the idea is so simple. I'm sure the execution is very complicated, but a very, very, very simple, it's a very novel idea. And I can see, I'm a big consumer of plastic packaging material, and I can see the really far-reaching consequences that this kind of packaging material have. Really, really interesting talk. Thank you so much, Neha, for being here. Thank you for your time, and I'm sure the audience would really start thinking about the plastics that come into their contact every single day from morning to evening. So thank you so much for sensitizing us to this problem and giving us a solution, which is, very, very far-reaching consequences. So thank you once again. We now welcome the last panelist on this session is Abhishek Shah. Abhishek is the founder of Almo, a premium brand of essential wear that is naturally and ethically and sustainably produced. The company was founded in June 2020 and recently raised a seed round of funding in June 2021 from AngelList India and some other top shots of the industry who acted as the angel investors. His entrepreneurial journey started in 2010 with Vanamo.com, which was India's first group buying website. And this was followed by starting Fetties.com in 2011, which is India's first online retailer for men's fashion. Post this, he helped the platform Car Dekho scale up its bike vertical as the business head, and later he moved on to establish a digital marketing agency called Conversion X, which enabled brands like Make My Trip, File Life, and Book My Show to come to the scale that they are at now. Abhishek, we're very happy to have you with us here, and we really look forward to hearing about your success story, how you started, what were the struggles that you went through, and things like that. So, the floor is yours, Abhishek.
Thanks a lot, Jeet, for the wonderful introduction. I guess a very long one. I guess I've done multiple things, but yeah, great to be here, with this audience, and wonderful event from TiE Vadodara, and really appreciate the initiative. And I think the theme of the event is very, very encouraging for young entrepreneurs who are coming into the ecosystem. And more than success story, I would characterize my journey from a failure lessons. I would say I think success is always transitional, but failure is also not permanent. So just to give a quick background, like you mentioned, Jeet, just to tell you guys about my current endeavor. So as you mentioned, it's a men's essential wear D2C brand called Almo, and I was just listening to Neha's session, and amazing work on the sustainability side. I think that is one of the key elements for us in building Almo. We are bringing a premium international quality of offerings to the Indian consumers, but at the same time we are also very conscious about adding value to the environment and being environment positive. And there's this whole wave of value positive fashion which is going on in the world. So there's a fast fashion, and then there's a sustainable fashion, right? So we are on the sustainable fashion side, and for everything from our raw materials, our packaging, we try to ensure that we are as environment positive and we can contribute back to the environment. So it's a very important theme for us. It's not just a good to have, but it's a must have for us. And I think the world is moving towards sustainability. And but yeah, coming back to Almo, we are a startup in the early stage, and we are D2C, so we are direct to consumer digital, which is the new wave in India right now. And happy to be building something which can disrupt the traditional segment of men's innerwear, and very exciting category, because the consumer segment we're targeting is very, very large, as well as very loyal and very high lifetime value. But it's early in the journey. So applying some of my learnings of my last 10 years of entrepreneurial experience, and as you mentioned, just to give a background, I started my first company in 2009, like you mentioned, which was Wanamo. Actually, before that, I worked for 2 years with a company called Smile Group, which was actually one of the incubators of multiple digital startups in India. From Fashion U to back then, Smile also incubated the first digital agency in India called Quasar, which they exited to WPP. Then they incubated Tyru, which they exited to Yahoo, and then Dentsu. So I was very lucky, actually. By accident, I joined them at an early stage. I was the 7th employee, and that was like a learning school for me. All my colleagues were entrepreneurs, and they were different CEOs running different businesses, and it was like an incubation for multiple businesses. So there were like 8-10 businesses running together. So that was great exposure very early on in my career, and that just happened by accident. It was not planned. Obviously, I was very entrepreneurial right from my childhood, but I think that realization comes later on what your true calling is. So that was like a launch pad for me, and I think that is very, very important for like today when I look at new people coming into the ecosystem, especially startups, and joining at an early stage and making their career. I think that is something that perspective is something very important. If you get a great launch pad early on, then that changes your trajectory. And I always look for people who are looking for that launch pad. Because startups is all about growing fast and grabbing the opportunity. So that way, I think for me it was just luck, pure luck, but also grabbed the luck and was able to grow fast. So 2 years in Tyru as an early employee, built their Bombay office, then built their Singapore office, Bangalore office. So I did things which I had never done or never expected out of me, right? So in a startup, that is the best part. I mean, you can elevate yourself beyond your capabilities. It's a test of your how much you can stretch yourself, right? So there I had a lot of learnings in terms of how Tyru grew, and I remember crossing 100 crores of revenue, and we were all dancing in the street. So that was a great experience. But then I decided that I wanted to do something on my own, because my boss Harish, who was the founder of Smile, he used to always say, why should I work for someone else? If someone is paying me 1 rupee, which means that he's making 2 rupee from me. So I would rather work for myself. So that stayed with me. And after 2 years, I went and told him, sir, I want to apply your learnings. Why are you paying me? It means I'm making money for you. So I left and I started. So after that, it has been, a very, I would say a very rocky ride. Building a startup is not easy. There are a lot of challenges. At the same time, you have a passion, you have a vision which you're going after. I think early on, I made a lot of mistakes because it was the first time I was doing it. And back then, like 2010, there was no ecosystem in India. So I think one good thing which has happened in the last decade, and I've been lucky to witness that firsthand, is the whole ecosystem maturing suddenly, right? So post 2015, I would say, is when the ecosystem has really accelerated. And I think today's entrepreneurs are very, very lucky because the kind of support system they have, be it fundraising, be it talent, be it infrastructure, be it playbooks and experience. So that was not available back then. So we didn't know what will happen, right? So we were just all experimenting. But yeah, my first startup actually ran it for a year. It was a group buying website. Realized within a year that this is not something which I have the capability to run, and then merged back with my mentor Smile Group. So they acquired it. They were running Fashion and You. So it was back to home base, I would say, right? So it's like you go out and then you come back because if you're not ready for a startup, you can't really succeed. So that was the first failure, I would say. But luckily got acquired, so got some PR value, so to say. But again, after a year working there, again realized this is not what I want to do. So again went back and again started up. This time because I was a successful entrepreneur, so to say, right? Having exited a company, I was able to raise money very quickly. And I remember 2011, we raised our first round for Fetties. 6 months within our launch, we raised a $5 million Series A round. That was like top of the world, right? I was on ET homepage, and journalists were chasing me, and employees, like good talent wanted to join. And so we actually went overboard. We built an office, like we spent 50 lakh rupees on our office. We made a fashion ramp walk. So that was the high period, right? So I've gone through the highs and the lows, extreme highs and extreme lows. I think that is something, which I'm very privileged to have that experience. And in the high, you believe that everything is possible. And I think one lesson from there is that, you should not leave your fundamentals. When there's a high, you should grab the high. At the same time, you should not, you should do things which are first principle based, right? So we went overboard. We spent a lot of money. We hired a lot of people. We built multiple offices. We had a New York buying office and stuff like that, But the business model was, not concrete. And, eventually we were burning a lot of money and we could not raise our next round because our metrics were good, but, competition was very intense and the competition was highly funded. And so that way, eventually Fetty shut down, and that was like a big crash for me personally because, once you're on a high, you get used to it very fast, right? So that came crashing down and, it was a very painful period because we kept firing people, cost cutting, always we thought, next month we'll get funding and, some new investor came in and they started doing, due diligence and we thought, okay, now it's done. But then the DD failed, so a lot of those things happened and eventually, Fetty shut down, right? After that, for 2 years, I was consulting, different startups because I had the experience. So Nykaa was one of them when Falguni was starting Nykaa. And then I was consulting Tata Group when they were thinking about Tata Click and then Raymond's. And so that was like a filler period. And then Car Deco happened because my friend basically sold his company to Car Deco. And he called me and he said, kya kar raha hai? Why don't you come down and let's build a unicorn, right? So we started with the dream of the unicorn. At that time, Car Deco was 150 people when I joined. Within 2 years, when I left Car Deco, we were 1,800 people. So that was another great experience for me. This time I was working with high pedigree, high quality, peers, all ITs and IMs and, Harvards and all of that. So that was a very different experience for me. I'm more of a corporate startup experience, like a Series A, Series B funded startup, where you actually work at a scale, right? So that was a very different exposure. So there I again saw some success because, I built a business called Bike Dekho there, which became one of the profitable businesses and today also is a profitable business. But I think again, after 1.5, 2 years, you start feeling as an entrepreneur that you want to do something of your own, right? So the problem with entrepreneurship is it stays with you. It's very difficult to, let go of it once you have it in your blood. So left Car Dekho. And again, that was like when I left Car Dekho, I realized later that your position is actually only, valuable till the time you are in it, right? So when I'm in Car Dekho, business heads of different companies would be outside my cabin trying to meet me. And once I leave Car Dekho, then they don't pick up my calls, right? So that was again like a reality check for me, right? Because you start believing that you are the company, right? Which is not true. When you're in a job, you are as good as your current designation, right? So left that and ran a services business because the objective was that, hey, I don't want to take up a job. At the same time, I don't want to take up a high risk business like Fetty's and which can shut down. So services was a safe business to say, right? So in the services business, basically, it's a people business, right? So someone pays you for something and you do that work. So started small, like two of us, me and my co-founder from Snapdeal, someone who worked with me in Deals and You. He was an analyst there. So we started together. He was from IT and, he was from a good background. So he ran the operations, I ran the client servicing and the business development. Within 2 years, we were able to build up a very formidable business with 100 crore plus revenue run rate, profitable. First time in my life, I was running a profitable business where we were counting cash flow and not burn rate, right? So that was, again, a very different experience for me because although I was making good money and I was doing well, but however, I felt that, that glamour was missing, right? Was too used to being, the hottest guy in the room and doing the hottest thing, right? So I think grass is always green on the other side, right? So decided in between somewhere I lost the way. I decided, money is not something which motivates me and want to do something which can create like impact, right? Like Neha was mentioning in her, presentation. So creating impact is very, very important for entrepreneurs. It's not about money, right? Money is something which will follow you, right? Just that, at different stage of life, you need different things, as entrepreneurs, we need to be, we need to be practical about, because at that point, post Fetty shutting down, frankly, my family had also lost confidence, right? That was, what are you doing? I was married, I had a kid by then, so it was very difficult to then, experiment too much. So my services business for 3-4 years gave me that cash flow, right? And Almo was actually an incubation which came out of it, right? So the idea was that, hey, let's use our, capabilities to incubate brands. But eventually I realized that Almo is something which is my passion and, this needs a full-time effort because this is a big opportunity. So actually, gave my services business to my wife and she's running it now. And she's doing very well there. And I am full-time into Almo for the last 1 year now. And it's been, like a Fetty's 2.0 kind of a journey for me. Again, the same hustle. The good thing about entrepreneurship is every time you start, you have to start from scratch, right? You have to leave behind your baggages, right? So working in Car Dekho with the EA doing all my stuff and my cabin size being bigger than my current office, and then suddenly now, doing a startup with a, small cabin, maybe not even a cabin, right? So I think over a period of time, you become good at adapting to challenges, to different situations, to different, unstructured environments. And that's what entrepreneurship is about, right? I mean, it's about adopting, right? You need to be flexible, and you need to be, go with the flow kind, take it as it goes, right? So I think you become good at it over a period of time. It's not something you can be born with. And even for me, it has taken me a lot of time to like really be good at it. I'm still learning, I would say. Not say I would good at it, but I think it's still a daily evolution. And I think one thing which Harish, my boss, used to say, that entrepreneurship is like climbing a mountain, right? You just keep climbing and just don't look down, right? Because if you look down, you'll get scared and you will fall, right? So just keep looking up, right? And just keep looking at the goal, and that is the only focus you should have. So I think Almo as a journey has been very similar for me. It's been a tough journey because because of Corona, we launched just after lockdown, and building a team, and offices getting closed, and supply chains getting disrupted. But fundamentally, if you believe in the vision, if you know what you want to achieve out of it, I think nothing is impossible. That's been a testament in my career, at least. So many things I've done which I actually did not even think that I could do, but just went for it, right? And I think that is something which is very, very clear, that if you believe in something and you are at it, you will achieve it. Nothing can stop you from achieving it, and as long as you believe in it and you persevere. One last thing which I would want to take away from my journey is consistency and perseverance, and that's not something I'm good at. That's actually my I would say that's my biggest negative. But I think what I've seen across my peers, because I've started up and a lot of my peers were also entrepreneurs. A lot of them are now unicorns, and Lenskart and Shiprocket, and all these are my friends. And even Sachin from Flipkart, and so I've been peers with all of them. Kunal from Snapdeal, and we all used to be friends, right? But some of them have become successful, right? And I think a common theme across all these successful entrepreneurs have been persistence and consistency. I have done maybe 4 startups in 10 years, but Sahil and Shiprocket is still doing Shiprocket, right? It's been 10 years for him also, right? And that's a huge achievement, because if you can stay at the goal and keep doing it, nothing can, like I said, I mean, failure is just a stepping stone, right? So it's incremental, it's not a permanent goal, right? Permanent event, right? So people who have stayed at it, end up succeeding, because, success is actually eliminating failures, right? So, maybe I have not been very good at it. And that's what with Almo as a journey, I'm very determined that, this will be a long journey, and, I will succeed till I don't, I will try till I don't succeed, right? So I think that's a very important learning. And see, when you are young and, like I started up my first company into 26 years age, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't have any perspective, right? It's just, Josh, right? So again, to quote Harish sir, passion should be kept inside you. Passion should not come out. For entrepreneurs, passion is too much overvalued, right? Passion has no value. Passion should be, consistent. Only then the passion has value. So that's something which I am trying to apply in Almo now. Although, again, I go through extremes, highs and lows. And I think with startups, the highs actually motivate you, right? So every high is something you crave for. Like last month, we hit our, highest sales till now. And the whole team is so excited about it. And, now again, in January and February, if you're not able to keep up with it, the team will be definitely demotivated. So how do you really maintain consistency is very, very important. And that's why you need to build for scale. You don't build for today, you build for tomorrow, right? So that's very important. So yeah, that's it. I think just, small learnings from my journey. And yeah, I hope you guys, did not get too mixed up with multiple things I've done. And I hope
not at all, Abhishek. In fact, that was a very, very frank and very direct narration of your journey, really straight from the heart. It's very rare that entrepreneurs talk more about their failures than their success. And I mean, your talk was a really straight from the heart. I'm sure it resonated a lot with most of the startups who are on board with us today in this session. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. And
thanks a lot, Jeet.
wish you the very best for your fourth venture. We hope you get into the unicorn league with all your friends up there already.
Yeah, very soon, very soon. No, thanks a lot, Jeet, and thanks Ty Vadora again and all the audience. Very, very happy to share my experience, and I hope you guys can also apply some of it. And yeah, definitely see you at the.
Yeah, thanks, Abhishek. Shweta, you want to take over?
No, thanks so much, Abhishek. It was really inspiring to hear, and I'm sure all the startups who are joining us are looking forward and have learned from your journeys. So thank you so much for joining in, and we hopefully, of course, will run more sessions with you, in the coming future for our startups. So thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, and guys, please shop at Almo and do try us out. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Bye bye.
one. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. It's my honor to be introducing our esteemed speakers today. We have Mr. Upasana Sharma, founder and CEO at Investor Quotient Canada Incorporation, also called as IQ Canada, which is a premier business and professional services firm offering a complete range of business, legal, logistical, and related professional services to entrepreneurs and companies looking to establish and expand their operations into Canada or invest in Canadian businesses. Upasana ensures her clients have the necessary support, mentorship, and knowledge to strategically and successfully break into the Canadian market by blending her acumen for business development, legal expertise with a vast network of leading investors, business consultants, and top-notch lawyers in Canada. We also have TIE Toronto's president, Mr. Mahendra Naik, president of First Angel Capital, president and CEO of FinTech Services Incorporation. Mr. Naik is an experienced financial executive with a demonstrated history of working with entrepreneurs and early stage businesses in rising both private and public capital. A strategic thinker with strong execution capabilities in scaling and growing businesses makes him an asset to the startup industry and the business industry at large. Let me not keep you from them any longer. So over to you, Upasana.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Team Varodhara, for inviting Upasana and myself to make this presentation. But before we get into some of the detailed presentation, I just want to say a few words about Canada. You know, I'm wearing a cap which has got the Canadian maple leaf on that. Canada is, one of the largest countries in terms of land mass. 10 million square kilometers of land. The natural beauty is unbelievable. We have 4 seasons, distinct seasons. We have 6 time zones that spread over 4.5 hours. We have all the natural resources, including water, minerals, oil and gas, incredible arable land. But what we don't have is people. We don't have human capital. And that's one of the reasons why we're making this presentation. Before we get into the business aspects of this presentation, I just want to leave you with the thought that in Canada, whether you're running a business or you're here as a professional, there's universal access to education and healthcare. Doesn't matter where you're from, what your background is, you have full access to the great education and healthcare systems we have in Canada. Okay, so we can start the presentation, the slides. Okay, so won't we go to the next page, please? Thank you. So why Canada? So being in Canada, there's access to the global markets. One of the great things about Canada is there are no trade embargoes against Canada. Canada is very business friendly, and all other countries are friendly to doing business with Canada and their respective markets. There's more than 14 trade agreements with more than 51 countries across the world. The other reason is highly skilled workforce and a very educated workforce, and it's growing by the day. And I mentioned the high level of education systems that we have also supports this great workforce we have. One of the more important things is Canada's strategic location. You know, we're next to one of the largest developed markets in the world, United States of America. We have the longest peaceful, unguarded border in the world with the USA. Doing business in Canada and with the USA is very familiar. Similar business language, similar time zones, similar business practices, free movement of goods and services. It's like going from Varodhara to Surat. If you're going from Toronto to New York, or Toronto to Chicago, or Toronto to San Francisco, it's easy to do business with a great market in the United States. Okay. Also, Canada, I mean, it's a great country to launch a new product or service, okay, in terms of pilots and whatnot, because of its smaller market size. Once it's established, there's no reason why a larger markets like the US and the ones in Europe cannot be approached. I mean, I will say again, Canada doing business, Canadians doing business internationally is welcome. Canada has a very strong brand as a country, and Canadians are highly regarded and respected. So next slide. Next slide. Our Canadian economy is very stable. We have all the investor protections available to investors and stakeholders. All of our processes and systems are regulated. There's virtually no corruption here in Canada. One can start a business, deal with governments at various levels without encountering any issues or problems. Also, what we're seeing is in the last number of years, a booming venture capital investment and a very active angel investment industry. That's just exploding here in Canada, and is looking forward to new entrepreneurs coming over, including from India. The other thing I would say is the support system for early stage companies and startups has never been better in Canada than what I see today. And I've lived here most of my life, and the support comes from various levels of government. The other thing that we have here in Canada is very strong public capital markets. We have a number of exchanges that are here in Canada, and it's open for access by international investors as well as the US investors. One of the exchanges we have is the Canadian Securities Exchange, which is an exchange for entrepreneurs. Many new companies are launching their business or are going public by being listed on Canadian Securities Exchange. And besides the extractive industry, the CSE also has a lot of listings from technology companies, including blockchain, decentralized financial, etc. We also have very favorable government regulations that provide grants and that. And if you can flip on to the next page, I'll just touch on it. Yeah. Here's some statistics about the venture capital activity in the Canadian landscape. I mean, these are impressive numbers, and I can tell you, once the full 2021 numbers are released, they're going to exceed these numbers. Also, what's not included in these numbers is the very active angel investing that I've mentioned to you. Our guesstimate is that in 2021, more than close to $2 billion would have been invested by Canadians as angel investors, high net worth investors in early stage businesses. So it's very powerful investment climate here in Canada, besides the public capital markets that I mentioned earlier. If you can flip on to the next page. So as I mentioned, the governments that we have in this country is very open, very favorable to doing business with startups, and very welcoming. There is a plethora of government programs that are available to early stage businesses. Some of them have been listed there. But what I will tell you, I will make a point that for every $2 worth of investment that a private company or a business makes, there is $1 available from the government in the form of grants, support financing, marketing programs, etc. And bulk of this dollar or the funding that's available is non-dilutive. So very attractive for startup companies and early stage businesses who want to grow. The other thing that I will mention, aside from the commercial banks that exist here in Canada, and we have a very stable banking system, very well regulated, we also have a number of institutions that are owned by the government that are incredibly supportive of entrepreneurs and early stage businesses. One of them is Business Development Corporation. It's a bank for entrepreneurs, and they provide debt as well as their funds provide equity funding. There's another organization called the Export Development Corporation. Once you come to Canada and you want to do business internationally, the Export Development Corporation will support you in various forms of funding and financing. And the last one, there's another bank called the Infrastructure Bank. Anything related to infrastructure, including green economy and all of that, this bank is very supportive and provides funding. So again, let me reiterate the support by government at various levels, even at the city level. For example, the city of Toronto has got a very active program to support startups and all that. And they happen to be one of the great sponsors for TAI Toronto. So, now to get details for startups and how to come to Canada, I'll turn it over to my colleague Upasana, and she'll provide more details and provide information. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mahendra. Thank you so much. And thank you, Tai Vadodara. Thank you, Mahendra, for putting so well why businesses should be moving to Toronto or Canada per se. And I couldn't disagree even a bit, like the amount of support we have from the government, the grants, the programs. And I think so the dollar figure talks better. You invest $2, government is going to give you $1. Where do you get that? On that note, if Mahendra's presentation so far has not convinced you that the open economy, the access to the global market, and the very vibrant VC landscape is not enough for you to decide that whether you should be moving your business from India to Canada, I would just add one tiny bit more to you onto it is like for several years, you pick up any search, any magazine, Canada has been ranked as one of the topmost country to live, to raise your family for several factors, security, peace, and everything. On that note, if right now our audience have made up their minds that they want to move to Canada with their businesses and they want to launch their startups here, let me take this to a right segue. What do you need to do? Let's discuss how you can move your business, how you can launch your startup in Canada. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next, please. So the answer to the question, how you should be moving your business or launching your startup in Canada lies in what's your goal. And let's now take it into smaller tranches. If as an entrepreneur, you are in India and the goal that you have is that you don't foresee moving your residents or your family to Canada per se, but what you're looking at is having a remote team going to help you to get that initial clients and traction in the Canadian market, the Canadian government again has very welcoming approach for that. You, without being a resident of Canada, can still open up a company in Canada. You can incorporate in Canada, and then organizations like us, IQ, TAI, we can bring in and get you in touch with some remote, I would say, marketing or outsourced marketing organizations, which can help you bring your brand up in Canada and start launching your business. But if you want to go to a step extra, if you're a thorough believer that, you know what, to run my own business, I need to be in Canada. Or you have an intention that temporarily either me or some of my top management or my employees should enter Canadian market. So we have other programs to look at it. One of the programs I would like to mention, if your goal is to temporarily enter Canada, is intra-company transfer, which you can see some details on your screen at this time. What is intra-company transfer? Now, intra-company transfer program is a program under the federal regulations. What it is, the intention of the regulations who are dealing with this program is that it allows international companies, like any business, that they can move their top management or their employees who are qualified, and I'll come to later, who are qualified into Canada to launch the business, to enhance the management, effective management of the business, to actually be more competitive on the international landscape. So what it gives you, it does not give you a right to permanently reside in Canada. It's a temporary provision. What you get is a federal work permit that allows you to come to Canada, start working for your company, and there is no LMIA requirement. If you guys need to know more about LMIA, we are always here. Come and we'll be happy to answer those questions at that time. So with this intra-company transfer, you can move to Canada, launch your business, but there are some key requirements which you have to take into consideration when you're applying under this program. Those key requirements are that there needs to be a very tangible corporate relationship with your business in India and your new business which you're opening in Canada. Now, this tangible corporate relationship it could be a parent subsidiary relationship. You can even just open up a branch office, or if you know a little bit more about corporate law, it could be as loose as affiliate relationships, okay? Another key which you have to keep in mind is that if you're using this program, you don't think, oh, you know what, now I'm just launching my business in Canada, let me wrap up what I'm doing in India. That's not possible under this program. For this program, the requirement is that if you're launching your business in Canada, then your business in India needs to be continued for duration of that time. And your business in Canada should be run in parallel. And the employees and the management you're bringing to Canada, it should be actively involved. Then the first question is, okay, I know I can move to Canada. I can move temporarily. Who I can bring under this program? Well, this person in my office makes this amazing coffee for me every morning. Can I bring this guy to Canada with me on this program? Oh, well, there's some limitations here. The people that you can bring under this program are senior executive, senior management, and people who have special skills and knowledge position in your organization that you need to run this business in Canada. Another important aspect of this program is that when you are coming in these programs, these employees and the management people you want to bring to Canada temporarily, they should have been working with your Indian business for at least a period of a year. So if can I please have the next slide on? So once you know that you are moving your business temporarily, you know the requirement. What does Canadian government wants to see? That are you serious about running this business? They first of all, they want to see that you have thought through it. You know what you want to do in Canada. There is a completely laid out, thought out process of why and how are you coming to Canada and what you'll be accomplishing. Second, nobody, if you all are running business in your life, you cannot run business without money. You can make one of the grandeur plans in your life, but unless the business does not have capital, it will not go further. So the key here is there should be some viable financial capacity in the Indian business to show that they will be able to cover the cost, cover the salaries of your employees. And last not the least is that the Canadian government also wants to see that you will be able to hire Canadians. On that note, let's look at what are the other ways to move into Canada. Can I have the next slide, please? So we talked about if you just want to stay in India, want to launch your business, or if you want to temporarily move. Now we have some people, those as Mahendra told you, that it's not again only Canada is not an amazing place to just do the business. It's an amazing place to live as well. So if you are thinking that Canada is the place I want to reside with, this is the place I want to not only run my business, but raise my kids, come over permanently with my family, then we have plethora of other programs opening up too. These are typically investment-based programs. You can run your business, but there's a certain amount of investment comes. One of the very strong program, which is very, very popular at this time, as in India, when you have Diwali season. In Canada, it's when it's our Christmas season or when it's Halloween. Startup visa is kind of the flavor of the season in immigration right now. So I would touch upon startup visa a bit. This is one of the federal program, which is actually now aiming at attracting the best talent for innovators and startup founders from all over the world into Canada. What is the key of the program? The key requirement of the program is that the business that you want to move to Canada, it needs to be an innovative business. Okay. Now, innovation is a very subjective term. It does not usually mean that what you're doing has to be unique. As long as what you're doing has benefit for Canada and the global market, that is the criteria that we are looking at under this program. The second requirement under this program is, unlike the other business immigration program, which are based on your net worth, which are based on how much money you're investing, the program does not in particular stipulate that you need to have $400 or $1 million of net worth. The government does not even stipulate that you need to invest X amount of dollars. But if you're a smart entrepreneur, you would know that if you want to convince someone that you can run a startup effectively in Canada, you need to have enough funds to show that you will be able to carry those operations on. On the personal level, what we can say is that the government is looking at your English skills, your medical clearances, your criminal clearances. One of the very important aspects of this particular program is that there is no stipulated amount of education, because I think so the Canadian legislatures or the policymakers, when they were making this program, they knew that some of the biggest unicorns in the world, like Facebook, Microsoft, they were made by people who didn't have formal education, but were pretty smart entrepreneurs. So this program does not per se have formal education requirement, but it is important to justify to the government that you have skills and experiences which will help you to run this company in Canada. You will need to definitely prove that you have English proficiency, which we are looking at CLB level 5. Our experience has been so far, people from India, this is not a very high threshold to cross. They're easily able to get CLB level 5 in their IELTS or CELPIP exams. Next slide, please. One of the key of this program, which you all need to be careful, is because the government is letting everyone, the criteria is pretty open. So they have put some checks and balances at the outset of the program. For what that the government did is they knew that they don't have in-house expertise to figure out if this is the right startup for the Canadian market or not. So they went to Canada's leading incubators, angel investors, and VCs who deal with startups day in and day out. And they asked these organizations that you know the industry standard. You understand if this particular startup will do well, or there are some things to pivot at. Why don't you set up your own screening processes? What we want from you is that you screen the companies for us who are applying under the startup visa program. Tell us if these companies are good. If the company is good, submit with the government a document which is called commitment certificate, where these designated entities, which are incubators, angel investors, have to lay out to the government is why these companies should be coming. And these designated entities then have to issue a document called letter of support to the founders of that organization which qualifies to come to Canada as permanent resident. So on that note, if we can go to the next slide. So this is just an overview. Next slide, please. It's just an overview of how Canada is welcoming. We have a government which want to encourage startups. We have a very, very vibrant ecosystem. The South Asian diaspora has flourished in the Canadian market because most of us, we know how to do business. And secondly, it is an easy country which gives you a fair chance to come and prove yourself. On that note, the organizations like TIE even came up when all the people who immigrated into the North American market realized how we can support each other to grow further. Similarly, on that note, we are here, TIE Toronto, IQ Canada, to help people from Gujarat, from India, who want to move their businesses to Canada in any form or want to make Canada as their home, to be here and provide them all the services that they need. Anytime, anybody who wants to reach out to us to know how IQ Canada help company end-to-end from the conception all the way to entering into the Canadian market, please reach out to us on the contact information on your screen right now. You can connect with me or Mahendra on LinkedIn as well. And if you have any questions, anytime, we'll be more than happy to answer them as well. Ragini, off to you. And before Ragini, you come up, I didn't get the chance to start at this point was thank you, Team TIE Vadodara, to put this amazing session together. It takes a lot of effort of what you have done. India has such a vibrant economy and the digital economy is changing, and bringing startups, angel investors, incubators, university all on one platform is absolutely visionary. Especially these, up till now, what we have heard was these opportunities were available to companies in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai. But organizations like you, by bringing it to every city in India, is going to change the face of the country, which is surely going to be the next power to reckon both in economy, technology. And another thing which makes me really proud right now is that you can see how the women power is changing in India. Shweta, Ragini, thank you for doing what you're doing. And TIE Toronto and IQ is there to support you at every step of the way.
Yeah, again,
thank you so much.
I echo what Upasana has said. We welcome you to come to Canada, okay? For a number of reasons, including doing business. And I've lived here most of my life. I've never seen an environment, atmosphere that is so supportive of business immigrants, okay? And we need people. You know, bottom line, we need smart, good people, and the support systems, all the help you can get from IQ Canada, Upasana's team, including Thai Toronto, is there. So, listen, welcome. We'll come and pick you up at the airport as well. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. You have certainly tempted us and all of our listeners here today to definitely move to Canada, or at least consider the same. So thank you for giving us that beautiful picture. And Upasana, thank you so much for all that information. There is a lot that clarified so many things that gave us brilliant ideas. I mean, I think the government has segmented their grants, which is so interesting. And well, actually, one of our listeners, there is one question for you that I would like to share. Is there any preference for Canadian citizens to be employed even at the higher level? We understand that there has to be some employment that is required in Canada for Canadians, but for the skilled managerial positions, do we need to make sure that it is absolutely inevitable to hire somebody from another country other than Canada?
So if I understand the question correctly, and help me understand. So if the question is, if somebody in Canada is doing a business, do they have to hire somebody for the key managerial positions from outside, or they can hire Canadians? Is that the question?
No, the other way around. It's the other way around. Do we have to hire from Canada? Or
okay, if you're moving your business, if you're moving your business to Canada, is that the question?
Yeah, for the first example that you set up.
Sure, it's a very interesting thing. Short answer is yes. Why the Canadian government is letting you come into Canada? They want you to come, bring money with you, run the business, and once you grow the business, hire Canadians. That's the whole reason. If Canadians were getting all the jobs they wanted, if Canadians had all the money they wanted, they had all the people who wanted to do the work, they wouldn't have asked people to come from outside. You know, to some extent, all the countries there, Canada is a country of immigrants. Immigrants have built the economy here. And as Mahendra said, we have vast resources. We are 5 times the size of India, but we have the population of Canada is equal to Mumbai and Delhi put together. That's it. So there is a lot of scope for people to come. But when you come here, when you're bringing the business, the government would like to see that you are making efforts to hire Canadians, citizens, as well as permanent residents. Okay. Now, the part of the question was, does it has to be for the higher managerial position? There is no stipulated amount that, oh, when you're coming, the first 3 TP executives can come from India. You have to hire 2 other executives here. When you lay out your business plan, your plan to the government, whatever makes sense in the business terms, that these are the people you'll be bringing into the business from India. This is the local talent you are hiring. Definitely the government is open to the idea, but any program you bring in fact, intercompany transfer does not specify, but the government want to see. If you look at the other provincial nomination programs, it's a mandatory requirement for any business to actually minimum hire 2 people or more Canadians. And there is a scoring system. The more Canadians you hire, the better score you get. Again, startup visa does not stipulate the number of Canadians that you need to hire. But yes, maybe in the first year, 2-year startup might not have money to hire the local talent. It is understandable. But as the business grow, it is expected that they will be hiring some local Canadians. So if the idea is that you're going to bring all the talent from outside, government has what we call is LMIA. So I just didn't say LMIA is that after a limit, if you have to hire somebody who is not a Canadian, you will have to apply what is LMIA's local market impact assessment. So we go to a local office and say, hey, I have my office in Toronto and I need to hire 2 software engineers from India. Okay. So software engineers is a wrong example because this is a very required talent in Canada. And there is a global talent stream, there is an LMI exemption. But say I am a person who's making a house and I need to hire 2 plumbers from India. So you need to get an LMI favor that the government officer has to look, hey, did you try to hire Canadian? Did you find a plumber here? You didn't find a plumber. Okay, this means if a plumber is coming from India, it would not adversely affect the job availability for a local Canadian. And that's what the LMI is about. Intra-company transfer, work permits, LMI is not required. But in general, if you once you've moved your business here, you want to hire more Canadians, government want to see that you have made efforts to find that talent in Canada. If you didn't find it, they are more than happy that you can go outside and get more talent from outside. Okay?
That's fantastic. Yeah. Thank you so much for clearing that up. Yeah. Thanks. And I think it's amazing the kind of setup that the government has done in Canada. And I'm sure there are a lot of startups who are participating here today who are certainly and very seriously going to consider. Yeah. It's lovely what your government is. Thank you for sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ragini, and thank you, Shweta. And just a quick shout out to all the startups who are watching this very, very well organized program. Canada has massive opportunity for you. Just find the right partner who can launch you here. TIE Toronto, IQ Canada has successfully supported hundreds of entrepreneurs and hundreds of startups to launch their business in Canada. We are here to answer your question. Anytime you need us, we'll be happy to accommodate you, answer your question, and if you require help, get you into Canada seamlessly.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Upasana. I think we have about 120 startups who joined us today, and Ty Vadodara is going to be showered with questions, I'm sure. And we're definitely going to pass them to you. We have your email ID, we have your coordinates, and we'll coordinate elsewhere also, apart from this session. We've got to do more work here.
Definitely. Mahendra has very, I would say, has led TIE Toronto for years very effectively. He has made sure that any entrepreneur coming from outside, they get the right network to launch. I think so. With TIE Toronto and IQ, we can bring all the right network professional services providers, which can help all the startups who have joined the program or are linked to TIE Vadodara to bring them seamlessly. We could be your partner here to launch you, and we look at making this relationship being more productive and grow together.
So I will leave you with this. We want you. We want you. We need you. Okay.
We heard you.
Simple as that.
Thank you so much. I think we're going to be jumping on to our next session. Thank you so much, Ragini. Thanks a lot, Upasana.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mahendra. Ragini has been listening to this. She's been mentoring some great startups. So I'm sure, you have that hand-holding out there. We'll connect you separately. Let's move out from here. Thank you so much for joining in. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
4, 3, 2, 1.
A very warm welcome to all our audiences, startups, our association, charter members from various Thai chapters, and our ecosystem partners joining us from various places across Gujarat. In the session today, we are joined by Mr. Amit Saluja, who is the Senior Director and Head of Manufacturing Vertical at NASSCOM. In addition to NASSCOM, Amit has held leadership positions in IBM, General Electric, and RPG Transmission in a career spanning of over 25 years. Having worked with industrial and technological companies in multiple domains, Amit has gained a rich and diverse experience in using digital technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud, analytics, and IoT to usher in greater efficiencies in manufacturing and driving business growth. He is a firm believer in making optimum utilization of technology for transforming internal business processes. Amit is a certified Six Sigma Black Belt and expert in devising design thinking methodology, which I think is going to be a very, very interesting session for all our startups specifically. You know, we all need that twist. We all need that innovation that's brimming in today's startup world. And Amit has been also leading many startups and mentoring them in their various programs led in NASSCOM. I'm going to leave it to Amit to take us further in this digital rendezvous session, which is happening under the Pre-Vibrant Runway to Startup Summit. And we are very delighted to welcome you here, Amit, and represent Industry 4.0 to all our viewers here. Over to you, Amit.
Great. Thank you, Shweta, and hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for a very warm welcome and great to kind of have this session organized. And what I heard just from you is the participation has been phenomenal. So the sessions, what has happened over the day, as I saw, it's been very kind of an engaging session. So definitely really looking forward to this session where basically I would like to talk more about the Industry 4.0, which is the topic that we have for today. And let me first share my screens. Okay, I hope everything is visible. I'm moving to the slideshow mode.
Yes, it's good. We can see it.
Okay, great. Thanks. So hi everyone again. So I will be talking about the Industry 4.0, and a lot of you would be familiar with this. If not, I think so. Maybe what I will do is I'll try to give you basics about what it is. I mean, because I really don't know what's the spread of the audience that we have today. I mean, I assume there are a lot of students also who are basically looking to understand the digitization in the manufacturing sector. So that's where I'll do. And before I get started, I'm from NASSCOM. I head the NASSCOM Center, right? So I will just quickly give you a glimpse of what NASSCOM COE does here. And at least that will help you understand the different activities that are being done from our center on the manufacturing side. So I will play a quick video. Do you hear the volume? Shweta, was the volume there?
Yes, I could hear it earlier. Can you run it for like maybe 10 seconds so I can tell you?
The NASSCOM Center of Excellence was born to fulfill the Digital India project and transform India into a digital powerhouse. The Gandhinagar COE is a joint initiative led by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, the Gujarat government, and NASSCOM. What is the idea behind this? The idea is to build an ecosystem of manufacturing enterprises, startup technology companies, research organizations, academia, and government to co-create artificial intelligence and IoT-led digital solutions. At COE, we aspire to redefine enterprise-entrepreneur engagement With over 15 industry partners, 500 startup connections, and 50 plus startup enrollments, the COE's flagship program is the Manufacturing Innovation Challenge to solve complex business problems through emerging technologies. The center deploys extensive evaluation process to identify the best startups that can work with manufacturing companies in full-scale deployment. With a focus on building next-generation deep tech startups, COE runs Growth Accelerator Program, GrowX, where startups are mentored from industry experts and get connected to industries for business opportunities and funding. Another successful initiative is the Digital Leaders Meetup that brings together industry leaders to share their experiences of digital adoption. COE also runs the Digital Innovators Meetup, where deep tech startup founders discuss their challenges and get to meet industry experts. MSMEs are the backbone of the Indian economy. The NASSCOM COE is also running a special program to boost MSMEs. The Udyam 4.0 program helps MSMEs to identify areas where they can utilize cost-effective and easy-to-deploy digital solutions to improve productivity, efficiency, and safety. In the very first of its kind, the center has created a virtual platform, Smart Manufacturing Competency Center, SMCC, where manufacturing leaders can experience end-to-end digital solutions being showcased by technology companies and startups. At NASSCOM COE, we are committed to India's future. As the country takes its next big leap toward digitization, NASSCOM leverages the power of the startup community and experience of the large companies to provide an ecosystem for innovation to successfully thrive. We welcome you to join this largest collaboration platform for technology-led manufacturing transformation.
Okay, so that was about what we do. Now let me come to the topic that we have on the Industry 4.0. So right now we are saying that we are in the era of Industry 4.0. So what exactly Industry 4.0 means, how it progressed over the years. So that's a kind of a very, very, as I said, the basic level of a slide that says the how that industrialization has progressed over the century. Right? And again, I'll say, so I'm assuming there are a lot of students, so that's the reason I'm covering this slide, but there could be many of you who know about it. But very quickly, the Industry 4.01 was basically when the mechanical production of the equipment of the product started, where the production started happening using some kind of an equipment, and that was way back in the 18th century. And then the era came of about the 19th century, where we started talking about the mass production. So where the factories came up, assembly lines came up, and there were all laborers together working and then producing. Right? So that's pretty much the factory setup that we have seen. Right? And after that, I think the transformation started happening even in a bigger way. Like when the Industry 3.0 from the 20th century, when it happened, it was about the automation. So where all the production processes were automated, there were IT had started coming in the manufacturing plants. Some computers were there where you're actually seeing some of the things getting done, that some of the data collection was done, right? So at an individual process, there was an digitization, there was IT systems were there were productions were happening using the robots and all the automation happened, right? So that was Industry 3.0. And if we go to the many manufacturing plants, correct, and if we go there and if we ask now, whether are you using Industry 4.0? Many places we will hear the answer yes, but which is still not, because even though plants has highly automated systems, plant has the computers and the lot of digitization is in place, but still that's still not the industry 4.2. So now, I mean, what exactly is the industry 4.0? It's where we have the cyber physical systems, which are nothing but the connected machines. In the industry 4.0, we were having only the automation part of it. In the industry 4.0, we have machines and the human working hand in hand together. So there is an exchange of the data between the machine and the human being. And the digitization happens at a whole organization level, plant level, not just at a one process level. Right? So that's where the biggest difference which came up, and now we are in an era of the industry 4.0, which means we are focused on the continuous learning. We are doing actually customizing the mass production. So that's where the difference which comes up in the earlier we were talking about the producing in a mass. Now we can even customize the mass production, which means, say right now, if in a plant we are manufacturing something, and we really kind of have a requirement of making changes in the product, then those changes can be done quickly. If there is a shortage of labor, then accordingly the changes can be done quickly. Correct? If there are certain ways, like the product demand is not there, or some issues in the raw material, then the changes of, the automatic decisions can be taken, and so that we can actually adjust our productions that's happening. So that's the difference that industry 4.0 brings. Now, this is really a big thing which has happened over a decade now, right? So if say like in the last 10 years, industry 4.0 investments have grown almost 10 times, and we are from a global level, we are talking about $200 billion of industry 4.0 investments will happen by 2025. The digital technologies will get used in kind of every aspect of it, and from an investment point of view, we say the emerging digital technologies. When we talk about AI, IoT, analytics, 3D printing, or and some of those technologies, the overall spend will become 40% of the total manufacturing technology spend. So which says that so much of a shift is happening towards the industry 4.0. The global industry 4.0 adoption is led by now the emerging economies, right? So India has become a big segment for the industry 4.0, where we are building basically the collaborative ecosystem which we are building for ensuring that the adoption of the digitization, digital technologies happens in the manufacturing plants. So there are different use cases are happening which are creating value for the organization, and then maybe I'll cover also the use cases which typically that we are seeing are more in the demand from the industry point of view. I will cover that in the next slides. Now, just one number from it, since we are talking about the India, the number that we have is like that there will be a 6.4 billion investment happened just in India in 2021. So which again, it's a big number that we have from the spend that we are doing. So which says that there is a lot of investments which is happening from the manufacturing companies to basically digitize the sector. Now, the one challenge basically that we see here is, while these are still a big number, but there are certain gaps also, and then those gaps are in the MSME sector. So when you see that number which comes up like the 6.4 billion, majority of it is coming from the large manufacturing companies. So these companies have the budgets, have the skills, they have the accessibility to the solution providers. So they started their journey on the industry 4.2 well in advance, and every year they are kind of progressing on it. Now the gap comes up is on the MSMEs, because that's where the skills are not there. The level of understanding about what industry 4.0 can really do to improve the plant productivity and efficiency, those level of the things doesn't exist in the MSME companies, and that's where we have a big gap. So from a government side also, there are a lot of incentives are coming in, which basically will help the MSME companies in the technology adoption. Like lot of startup focus is also there on the for the MSME sector, and what we are promoting is even all the startups, they are also they are the MSME companies, right? So why can't we have where the technology startups, which are the technology MSMEs, work hand in hand with the manufacturing MSMEs and then help each other. So it will help the overall ecosystem where technology startups will get business growth, new projects from the MSME companies, because there is a lot of tons of opportunities there. It's only we need to educate the MSMEs on what really can be done, and then help them in the adoption of the solution, right? And then the MSME companies will gain from working with the startups, because the startups again brings a lot of flexibility, customization, agility, innovative. So there are, I mean, these are very important, especially for the MSME companies in the manufacturing also, because they really don't have that much about the bandwidth to really work on a bigger level of a project. So that way, I think it will really work well of the close collaboration between the startups and the manufacturing companies in the MSME sector. So now let me get into one important topic, which I think I briefly touched upon it while I was explaining the overall framework chart about what Industry 4.0 is. So this slide basically I'm covering because I mean, at least in my view, when I speak with people, when I go to industries or manufacturing companies, there is still a lot of confusion between what is automation and what is digitalization, right? If you go to a manufacturing company who has equipments, robots, and everything, and if you go and ask them, I mean, what is your level of digitization? The company will say, we are highly digitized company, right? But it is not. So the biggest difference between the automation and the digitalization is automation. Basically, we talk about where the machine does the work of a human. So it is done primarily to save the time, to save the resources that are working within the plants, basically save the workforce, and to some extent to improve the quality, because when machine produces, then the level of equality improves, because there is no kind of an manual errors which happen, right? So that's the whole focus of the automation is. But when we talk about the digitalization, in digitalization, we have man and machine working together. It is not that a human being will do something, pass on the output to the machine, and then machine will process those things and then will pass on the output to the man, and again man is doing something, right? So this is about exchange of the data between the man and the machine, and which is what it created. It creates an integrated system. So the basically outcome is we are just not focusing on doing the production quickly or with less resources. What we focusing is on the overall improve the process, improve the decision making that happens, because here there is since I said that there's a lot of data exchange happens between the man and machine. So those data, when machine can analyze and then give those signals to the back to the human, then a lot of those decision makings can be faster, and in fact it will be better also than what we can do. Overall operational efficiency improves, because again, because a lot of decision making, when it improves, then the operational efficiency also improves. And the biggest benefits that comes up is that it really integrates the department. So it is not that when the data which is there, it is only sitting in a there, which basically either it will tell about what is the demand forecast we have right now, or what is the raw material availability is there. That data facilitates this. So let me now talk about the we call it as a post-COVID situation. A lot of things have changed, and especially the external and the internal in the market right now, the customers, correct? There is the clarity about the uncertainty that we have in the customers. Who are the customers? That has changed, right? So the number of customers are changing. The people who are buying certain products, they are changing. A lot of people are looking for something different. So there is a fluctuation in the demand point of view. So the demand has changed. Certain products demand has increased, certain decreased, and also it basically there is some kind of a cycles is also there. Like there's a third wave, there's earlier second wave was there. So because of that, the demand also varies. So you could never know what will be the demand which will be there for the next 1 year, which earlier it was not the case. So the production planning was much easier earlier than what we have now, because of these kind of fluctuations which is happening, and even the price point of view also, the what customers used to pay earlier and what they are paying now, or even the price, certain products price have increased a lot. For certain products it is still not changed. So there is a variation which is coming up in the price also. So that way, it becomes a huge task for the manufacturing company to really plan out their production system. And so these were the external factors. Now we come to the internal factors. Becomes the raw materials. First one is the raw material. The raw materials, again, there is an uncertainty. When we know that, how much of raw materials is available, if there is a gap, then how much time it will take. It has a lot of variance. Basically, with the confidence level, if we really have to predict that the raw materials will come in time, it is not there now because of the situations that we are in. Then even the cost also, the raw material cost of many of the raw materials has increased to a much higher level. So that way the planning of the companies have gone for a toss. So that's the difficulty. Machinery, like the machinery, sometimes it happens that there's a lot of failure can happen. Certain machines, which is a most important asset for the manufacturing companies, and if that machine fails, then again it kind of hits the production processes. The workforce uncertainty has also increased now. The level of workforce which were available earlier, the skilled labors, that amount of workforce is not there. So basically, these are the top level challenges which have come up in front of the manufacturing companies, and these challenges are beyond what the regular day-to-day operational challenges that the company face, right? So there is a lot of pressure now on the cost cutting, the energy optimization, the energy consumption has to be reduced, the water needs to be saved. So the cost pressures are also coming in, and which is forcing manufacturing companies to really think of, and that's where I'll say is the digital solutions, or what we say the industry 4.0 solutions, can be of a big help to the manufacturing companies. And so basically we basically met a lot of manufacturing companies in the last 3-4 months. We visited them, and that's where we explore what are the areas where manufacturing companies are looking for help, and the kind of solutions that the company really needs as of now, which will address the constraints or the challenges that those companies are facing in the current time. So basically, we have these suggestions on the 8 of these categories of the solutions. I'll start with the condition monitoring or the predictive maintenance, which basically relates to the maintenance of the equipments of the plant. So it is the condition monitoring or a predictive maintenance. It is just like we do a regular checkup of our health, and then keep keep a track of where everything is fine or not. At any point of time, if we feel there is an issue, then we take corrective action. So that's the same way the condition monitoring or the predictive maintenance happens. There are sensors which are put up on the equipments, whether it is motor or it is compressor or whether the equipments are there, and it basically it keeps those sensors, transmits the data. It could be vibration data, it could be electricity usage data, it could be a sound data. So there are different ways the assessment can be done of the condition of the machine. And with the predictive maintenance, basically there is an algorithm that gets written, and that algorithm predicts that based on the current vibration levels, whether the equipments can fail in the future or not. Right. So that way there's a confidence level at least that our assets are working fine, or even the maintenance can also be scheduled based on these. Right? Computer vision based quality inspection, I think this is something which has become the need of every manufacturing company. So everywhere now there is humans who are doing the inspection, and the challenge that comes for that human is human basically has a fatigue level. If a person is inspecting say 1,000 parts or 2,000 parts in a day in a plant, then is bound to make an error. The person will get tired over working again and again, inspecting same part again and again. So there is definitely a high chance of person making some errors in doing the inspection, and that's where the quality suffers. So the computer vision based solutions are extremely important for the manufacturing companies to make sure that the overall quality improves, and also it saves the time also for doing the inspection. Next category is basically the AR VR based solutions for the resource optimization. So we have now the augmented reality based solution with which the supervisors and the workers can interact with each other remotely. So the supervisor doesn't have to be sitting close to the worker who's actually doing some kind of an operation in a plant. Either the repair is there or maybe some other operation is doing. So using this AR and VR solutions, the supervisor can remotely guide to the worker on what's, if any, help needed by the worker. Then these kind of solutions also helps in the skill-based training of the worker, because it really creates an environment where workers is able to do the operations with just using those digital media. And so that way these simulators, which creates actually real-time environment for the worker to actually learn about how to do that operation. So that's the kind of one way. Then we have more solutions like smart energy management that actually saves can help in assessing where the energy is going more, so that energy can be saved. Right? So these are some of the other solutions I'll just kind of talk about very quickly now. The shop floor digitization is about digitizing the processes of tracking how much it is produced, how much has to be produced, workforce planning, production scheduling. So a lot of these processes can be done. Then AI and analytics based process basically can be optimized using those AI techniques. So basically the process parameters can be optimized using the machine learning models, which can help in giving us the idea of what could be the best value of those process parameters that can help in giving the maximum output. And the supply chain solutions I already talked about, which helps in the demand forecasting or even in the inventory management. So now, how do you make that happen? So this will be my last slide, and this is about basically if you are a startup and you are working with the manufacturing companies on providing them the solution, then what could be way forward to actually co-create the solution. So when we say co-create, it's basically startups and the user companies work together hand in hand in identifying the challenges that the company is facing, coming up with a a POC that actually explains or validates the technology for that particular solution. It helps in getting confidence that the solution that we are deploying will work. Right. So the way to do is, first understand the challenges which are there at the organization level. Don't just work at at one specific challenge. The first step should be understand organization level challenges, understand the challenges both from a customer and the worker point of view, because sometimes the solution gets implemented, it doesn't get used, and then it leads to a failure. So that way the workers' pain points is also extremely important. Then prioritization needs to be done. So the areas, the solutions which will help us in getting the early success, which are nothing but the low-hanging fruits, those solutions work with the customers to and deploy them first, because that way the customers will get a confidence on the solution, the value of digital, and then they will be able to appreciate the benefits of the technology in improving their processes. So that way the confidence will come in, and through those POCs, and then the long-term plans can be made, which will basically do the overall transformation. So start small, have some early success, get the foot in the door, basically say, so work together and identify some small initiatives, gain the confidence, and then run the project. So, and the last slide, okay, this is the last one. From an ASCOM side, which we have created a Smart Manufacturing Competency Center. This is basically a virtual platform which showcases all different kinds of digital solutions that the manufacturing companies can use. And we have startups showcasing these solutions at the SMCC. So in case you would like to use this as a platform to showcase your digital solutions to your customers, you could write to us and we can help you with more details. So that's it, I think, from our side. So yeah. Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you so much, Amit. That was very explanatory. I know we had a limited amount of time, but this needs a longer, broader session. But I can see so many, traditional industries, traditional manufacturing industries. Amalgamation of technology with the manufacturing is, of course, something which is inevitable for standardization, for quality checks, for making them a lot more automated and scale up as well. That is definitely going to help them. So we do have a lot of entrepreneurs and manufacturers and industrialists who've joined us here, and I'm sure the people are going to ask queries. You had your coordinates out here. We take your permission to promote your coordinates to the people who want to ask you questions. We'll connect them to you separately. And thank you so much for giving this information. And I think it's very important that when industries come up with a problem, there is a body and there is a way of giving a solution to them, and modernization and digitalization together, involved. And I think startups also have a very important role to play there. A lot of startups in our showcase are manufacturing driven, are industry 4.0 driven. I'm sure they're going to come to you and talk to you. So we encourage them highly to connect with Amit out here, who's from NASCOM Center of Excellence. Thank you so much for joining in, Amit. Thanks a lot for giving us this information. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Pleasure being here. And again, thanks to the TIE team for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you.
for the startups and entrepreneurs. As we all know, incubation can have a big role in defining, nurturing, molding, scaling, or even diversifying for any startup and entrepreneur. And incubation can play a big role. Like they can open many windows for the startups and entrepreneurs, which they might not have even thought of. Most of the startups and entrepreneurs have some strong points and some weaker points. So here incubators can provide them with the pointers to the mentors, investors, and even can network with different resources available to make sure that these startups and entrepreneurs have sufficient framework to support or to move ahead in their journey faster, with less hurdles, and even with higher probability of success in that startup. So today we have some esteemed guests from different range of incubators. I would like to welcome our panelists, Mr. Swarup Pandya from Vadhwani Foundation, Mr. Umesh Uttamchandani from DevX, and Mr. Wagre Raj from SID IIC. So let me introduce each one of the speakers, today's speakers, panelists. Mr. Swarup Pandya, he has been an active startup ecosystem member for more than 7 years. His interest is to network with various community and industry experts. Currently, he is the regional manager at Vadhwani Foundation. Prior to joining Vadhwani Foundation, he has served to business incubators like CII.co at IIM Ahmedabad and iCreate for planning and executing various accelerator programs and campaigns for startup, and also to bridge between startup needs and mentors and industry experts to execute the support. He also understands the need of the entrepreneurs and tries to build solutions through various events and one-to-one support. During 7 years of his journey, he has conducted various community events, various national and international conferences. Welcome, Mr. Swarup Pandya.
Thank you, Mr.
Next panelist is Mr. Umesh Uttamchandani, the co-founder and the chief growth officer for Dev Accelerator Private Limited, DevX. He is also a partner at Needle and Thread Designs LLP and partner at Swadesh Fund. Mr. Umesh Uttamchandani has close to 10 years of experience in IT and real estate, and he defines himself as a strategic thinker with a flair towards marketing and sales, a startup enthusiast, and a passionate entrepreneur. As co-founder and chief growth officer at Dev Accelerator, known as DevX, Umesh has a strong focus on strengthening strategic partnership, designing long-term growth strategies, along with heading the panel for curating technology, startup, and SMEs for the accelerator program. Also acting as a board member and investor for 12 portfolio ventures in the domain of SaaS, mobility, cloud kitchen, media tech, and lending. He takes pride in co-owning Gujarat's biggest co-working space. The primary focus is to head the role of sourcing, negotiating, and onboarding strategic partners, and even focusing on like-minded collaborations. The ultimate goal there is to ensure that commercialization of product and or services leads to produce high-value offerings that generate strong bottom-line benefits for the DevX portfolio companies as well as the end clients. Prior to launching Dev Accelerator, Umesh has worked with a 100-year-old manufacturing firm based in Barnsley, United Kingdom, wherein he donned the hat of a result-driven marketing and sales consultant, wherein critical thinking and communication skill, being one of his strengths, supported him to devise appropriate strategies and communicate the same to the management team. Umesh has been an active investor and mentor in many startups, wherein his role is to ensure that they get boost while moving from ideation stage to the implementation stage. Welcome, Mr. Umesh. Mr. Raj Wagre, I hope I pronounced your name well. Mr. Raj has over 25 plus years of experience in working at Texas Instruments, Cognizant Technology Services, Accenture, etc. In addition, he was the founder of Predlytics and 16 Petal Solutions and Services. He has been heading the entrepreneurship cell at SID IISc for over 4 years and is well versed with startup life cycle, financing, and funding mechanism, along with legal structures. Now, the SID, the Society for Innovation and Development, was founded in year 1991 in close collaboration with the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. ISC is a premier research institute which has contributed in a significant way towards the scientific and technological growth of the country, as well as producing outstanding intellectuals to manage industries, business houses, and institutions. The mission of SID is to enable innovations in science and technology by creating a powerful and purposeful channel to help and assist industries and business establishment to compete and prosper in the face of global competition and even turbulent market conditions. SID strives to bring the leading intellectuals of ISC and the fruits of their research development efforts closer to the industries and businesses in a cordial way, with the prosperity of the nation as their ultimate goal. SID is a society registered under Karnataka Society Act with a symbiotic relationship with Indian Institute of Science, which also primarily draws from and provides access for the intellectual and infrastructure resources. Thank you, Mr. Raj.
Thank you, Ashish, for having me here.
Yeah. So let me start with Mr. Raj Vagre. And you know, Mr. Raj, why I'm biased towards you, favoring you? Because I'm also alma mater, my alma mater is Indian Institute of Science. So I'll have a soft corner for you. Sorry, other two guys.
So what did you study and when was this?
During 94, 95, I was at CEDT. Right now it's renamed as another, like Electronic and Communication.
Correct.
That time it was CEDT.
Correct. Lovely.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, Ashish.
Same, yeah. So I'll start with you only. So can you just brief about the SID at IISc, the Society for Innovation and Development, within 3-4 minutes, so audience can know what is SID and what's going on at SID.
Sure. So Ashish, I have a small presentation. If Shweta or somebody can pull that up, I can walk that through. Maybe 3 or 4 slides, nothing more than that.
Sure.
Right. So you covered about SID very nicely in your introduction. Thank you very much for that. If you can go to the next slide. So SID essentially, as Ashish said, started way back in 91 as a window of interface between the university and rest of the world, right? So initially it started as one single unit providing this window of services between the university and rest of the academia. And as time progressed, we kept on adding different business unit. The business unit that I had is called the STEM cell. And it stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and instead of Mathematics, which is the traditional STEM acronym, we say M is for money, because startups need to make money. Entrepreneurship is all about money, right? We are essentially a deep science incubator, predominantly because our founding roots lies in this very great institute called Indian Institute of Science. Yeah. So anyone who comes gets incubated at, so let me backtrack. We basically incubate startups that are working towards commercializing deep science / deep tech, or essentially startups that have to use, are in need of these labs and these technology facilities that are available at IISc, right? So we stay away from pure play mobile apps, web apps, those kind of startups. Most of our startups actually are building physical products, leveraging deep science, hard sciences, and building it essentially for businesses. So all these startups, they get access to facilities, they get mentorship from IISc, because these are all startups which are building, physical products in some way. The gestation period is longer. You can't build those products out in 6 months, 9 months time frame. Taking it from TRL level 3 to TRL level 7, 8, it takes a significant amount of time. So we provide that amount of runway for these startups. We understand what it means to take deep science products to the market, and we provide that amount of support and encouragement and facilities that are needed for the entrepreneurs to build their products. So we have a wide range of connects that we have within the ecosystem, whether it is with angel networks, whether it is with mentors from TIE as well, from business houses, from corporates, VCs, and so on. One of the other programs that we run is called the Entrepreneurship in Residence program. Kind of works as a precursor towards incubation, right? So a lot of times what happens is, entrepreneurs come to us with an idea, but maybe the idea is not fully baked yet. Maybe there is still some work to be done within the lab. So we kind of provide them a 1-year runway where they can actually hone their, business plan, or, if there's some work that needed to be done on the technology side of the product, they can work with us for that 1 year before they actually go and do their startup. So apart from working with large enterprises and startups, we also have one more division that works with MSME and try to infuse innovation and elements of engineering within the MSME sector. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, while STEM is the overarching incubator, we also have 3 other incubators, or technology business incubators as we call them. There is one very dedicated towards geriatric medtech. So they incubate only startups which works in geriatric medtech space. There is one which is works on the nanoscience startups, very focused towards nanotech, nanoscience kind of startups. And there is a very new one which we have launched, just about started, in the area of gallium nitride / semiconductor. Okay. It's a very new incubation center, so just about getting off the ground. So all these kind of fall under the STEM umbrella and under the SID umbrella. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm just going to skip this very quickly. The differentiators really are: we are housed at IISc, which is India's #1 university. Very, very deep focus on science. We also look for social impact, but that is not really the key driving factor, but that is an element that we do consider when we incubate startups. We provide long incubation period because we understand it takes significant amount of time for the startups to build their product. Top-notch facilities, whatever is available in IISc is available for the incubators, for the entrepreneurs to use. There's a deep level of faculty engagement. One more thing that I want to point out is we bring a very deep level of mentorship, and we provide that to the startups. We understand the need for business mentorship. So technical mentorship comes from the faculty. Business mentors, we go and bring them from the industry. So far, we have done about 60 odd startups. Roughly 20 plus of them are in the already in the stage of commercialization. And we are a very lean team. We are about 5 to 8 members currently, which look after the entire entrepreneurship this thing. Next slide, please. I'll leave it out here, just as a talking point, right? I already mentioned this. The long-term horizon, we look at this, we provide them this 3 to 5 years runway. There is access to IISc labs, facilities, research, patents. Some of our startups have actually licensed patents from the institute. Access to state-of-art facilities. I already mentioned this deep engagement with IISc faculty and business leaders. And obviously, we are located in Bangalore and at IISc. So I'll leave it out here, Ashish, and then we can take this conversation forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Raj. And I'm equally excited to know, as all other our participants. Let's go into deep one by one.
Sure.
Meanwhile, I'll just request Umesh to brief about Dev Accelerator LLP.
Sure.
Yes, Umesh.
I thought not from being from IISc would have a disadvantage.
Come on, not for me, but for all other participants, you are equally important.
Oh yeah, no, that was on a light.
And being from Ahmedabad, from Gujarat.
Yeah.
So you will be the better choice.
Just to keep it bit light, yeah. So for the audience out there, we are branding ourselves as DevX. We have been operational since 2017 and started our business operations from mid of 2018. April was the date when we launched our first center, in fact. And our focus areas has always been on the lines as to how we can drive business for the ventures that we onboard. Be it in terms of helping them with the connect of the network that we have, or be it in terms of helping them with the additional corpus of funds that we have. And our focus areas is B2B. That is where we are able to add value. So unlike Wadhwani Foundation or Raji, who are veterans into this domain, we don't hail from a traditional, book process of conducting an incubation or accelerator process. We coming from a business background, what we understand is the support as to what we should have got in the earlier days of our venture is a similar support that we provide or we try to provide to the ventures that come to us for getting growth. First and foremost that we bring on board is capital. None of the startups get on board without infusion of capital from our side. While we speak, we have invested in 12 startups and in fact exited from one of the startups. We made a sizable corpus. When iCreate was sharing the cap table with us, it was acquired by one of the largest entities. I couldn't name either of them because it has not been gone public. It's just the documents have been signed. In fact, I'm hopeful and bullish on the fact that in the next 2 months, I would be making an exit into 2 more startups, making a returns to the tune of 3x to 6x. Though the fundamentals are clear, from an investment activity perspective, we onboard startups when we are certain of the fact that we'll be able to add value, either by helping them bringing on revenue and adding upon bringing on new investments as well. So that is the core fundamental. We are pretty much sector agnostic in nature. We have our heart and brain towards certain specific sectors. So we like ones that are into B2B and specifically into SaaS enterprise model, then into fintech, but not pure play lending. Certain value addition in lending. Trade finance is closer to our heart. Then in AR/VR is what we are exposed into. We have very much close alignment with D2C as well. As the state, as Gujarat, we have missed a lot of buzz when it comes to technology. But I personally feel that D2C as a domain has a very strong potential to grow if nurtured in the right manner to mature from the state of Gujarat. Because traditionally, this is what we have been doing. It's just a channel which is just kind of changing now from offline to online. Otherwise, fundamentally, entrepreneurs here understand products, understand trading, understand packaging and supply chain. So this is the core fundamental business. I think D2C is a domain which would nourish. So we have our in-house D2C accelerator program. When we onboard startups who are generating revenue anywhere from 4 lakhs to 10 lakhs rupees on a monthly basis, we help them with marketing, we help them with legal, we help them with finance, and ensure and commit that we'll ensure that they reach to a stage of 50 lakhs of monthly recurring revenue. And only then our additional equity would get activated. The funds required for the same would be pumped in by us. So the founder can focus on the operations, product, R&D in the product and supply chain. The rest of the non-productive aspects of marketing and HR and legal compliances are taken care by us. So this is what we do in D2C. In fintech, we have recently taken up a space in Gift City as well. And we have joined hands with IFSCA. We have joined hands with National Stock Exchange. And we have recently collaborated with ICICI Bank as well. Bloomberg is setting up their lab at our center. So it would be coined as Bloomberg IFSCA Lab, wherein which all the fintech enthusiasts, all the fintech startups would be provided the access to the entire database and the pool of Bloomberg without any additional cost. Obviously, if they qualify, the same access to a generic startup or a venture comes at a monthly cost of $2,000 to $3,000. So if they are aligned and entering DevX FinTech Accelerator program, this is the product which comes on boarded with them without any additional cost. Plus, they get access to global markets like Dubai, Japan, and Indonesia. These are the 3 countries where we have joined hands with their respective IFSCs. When we provide them a landing base to explore their expansion into those respective countries with conducting the testing via the sandboxes which will be provided by the respective IFSCs. So this is what we are doing in FinTech. And we're looking to now kind of start something into SaaS enterprise model as well, but nothing has been done concrete. But these are smaller programs that we drive apart from the larger sector agnostic investment in the accelerator program that we run. So that's pretty much what we do. In terms of presence, we are there across India. We are present in 7 cities, spread across members of around 4,500 who are using our premises, out of which certain segment of it would be would be of startup in the accelerator program, which would be funded by us. So that's in a nutshell what we do.
Thank you, Mesh. And yeah, quite meaningful from industry point of view. So now I invite Swaroop to give some details about Vadhwani Foundation.
Sure, thanks. So I represent Vadhwani Foundation, which is founded by Mr. Umesh Vadhwani. He is Indian origin based out of Silicon Valley. He has founded Vadhwani Foundation in 2003. The objective behind setting up the foundation is creating jobs in developing economies. The idea is to inspire, educate, and enable entrepreneurs from small countries and developing economies. How do we do that? We have entrepreneurship courses to offer to the Educational Institute and the Business Incubator at a very early stage. Mr. Umesh Vadhwani has been active board member for more than 40 plus companies, and he is on a board of, he's also investing through his private equity as well. And he has been also awarded Padma Shri Award by Government of India in 2022. His whole idea is to create 1 million jobs by 2030. And we are driving the same mission. So Vadhwani Foundation has various initiatives. Let me name few of them. So Vadhwani Entrepreneur, which is National Entrepreneurship Network, which I belong to, and we closely work with institutes and incubator. We have initiative named Vadhwani Opportunity, which closely work with SMEs, small, medium sizes enterprises. And we also have an initiative called Vadhwani Advantage, which closely work with high school students and others as well. So this way we try to create jobs, changing the life of others, and try to create impact through various mode of technology use, networks in the partnership. So Foundation has built a strong network, technology platform and network. To leveraging that, we typically try to enable all the participants want to aspire and we want to grab knowledge about entrepreneurship, how to run a venture, how to scale that. So that's what we do. Typically, journey start from the idea stage. We take them to the MVP stage. We make them ready, which we can showcase to the angel investors and some of the early stage investors as well. So primarily, once they go through the courses of Vadhwani Foundation, they typically are ready to showcase to some early stage incubator or angel investors as well. We closely work with more than 200 institutes in India, and we have presence in 25 countries, majorly in Asia, Latin America, Southeast Asia, and the MENA region. So I take care of Western region for India as well as MENA region as well. So that's primary about Vadhwani Foundation. And I mean, if anyone want to pursue some course on the entrepreneurship, they can reach out to us and visit the website, which is wfglobal.org.
Thank you, Swaroop. And that was great. So let me start with now the general discussion among all. First of all, like as we all know, all three are from such a diverse background. One is from closely academic attached background, one from NGO kind of background, and one from pure industrial background. So I hope we have a very great diverse panel with us, and we'll have a lot of learning from all this, not for only aspiring incubatees, but also for people like me. So I'll start with Swaroop. Swaroop, you told about different models at development, entrepreneurship development models at Wadhwani Foundation. Now, can you just tell me which are the segments you are working with these startups? I mean domains rather.
So we are kind of sector agnostic, but we try to majorly focus on figuring out the early stage customer segments, figuring out the business model, helping them to redefine the unit economics, how to decide pricing, how to build a right team. So it's really important to course correct entrepreneur at a very early stage. And I mean, before even they reach to the incubator, it's required them to understand the basics, and we rather focus more on the tools and technique which they typically know while they go to the incubator. What incubator does, they play a major role of mentoring, helping them to build strategies and scaling up. So we do the pre-incubation part while we offer these courses and help them with these basic tools and technique. So that's a major focus we do at the foundation.
Okay, so I understand. So basically, and as you also initially you say you are also dealing with students, school and college students. So yeah, so that is in line with your focus. So you are starting with raw kind of incubatees, and you make them ready for the next stage.
Exactly. So the whole idea that we majorly work with the college going and somebody who is in post-graduation before taking some job or maybe think of starting something their own. So that's the audience we pick. The whole idea is that they may not start immediately after their post-graduation, but maybe over a period of time, they think of starting something. So the seed is already dropped in. So they know that, if they want to start in future after getting some corporate experience, they know the know-how. And other benefit we see that they are getting and having entrepreneurship skills, which is very much required these days. So they are groomed with these basics.
Correct. Okay, so now I'll move to Umesh. Umesh, as Swaroop said, they are starting with the raw kind of people, and just in sync with that, you also say you are only incubating those people who have something already there, like some 5 to 10 lakhs of revenue, and then only you pick up. So in that sense, can you just explain what does it mean by an accelerator? Because DevX is an accelerator. So what is the accelerator meaning? How do you accelerate there?
So typically incubators act as kind of suppliers for us. If I put it in a layman and probably a certain harsh way and metaphorically count startups as products, then in that scenario, incubators would be the suppliers for the accelerators, wherein the packaging, the growth hacking for the products that is required, that is done by accelerators. So what we help them with is extra infused capital that is required to grow further, extra support to kind of connect with the right corporate. So in our case, it is majorly B2B. So we help them connect with the right set of industries who would be the likable customers for them, who can be a probable set of prospects for them, when we help them schedule the meetings so that they can drive the business. Then the third part is the non-productive aspects of the business. So typically what we have understood and realized is, as a founder, it is very difficult to kind of focus on multiple domains. And the least focused area is the finance and compliance. So they do not manage their books. They are not aware on the current compliance statutes, on the GST norms, on the TDS norms. So those aspects are covered by us. So we kind of let them focus on the product growth We cover the non-production part, which is cutting their financial due diligence, which is managing their audits, which is covering the initial legal compliance checklist, which is required, filing the returns on time, designing the NDAs, the rental agreements. So all those aspects, which when the bandwidth is not generating any revenue, is where what we kind of cover that up. Plus, we obviously help them, as I said, generate more revenue. And parallelly, the focus lies on connecting them with the right set of VCs, which would chip in after our round of investment. So that interaction has to start, which is typically 9 to 12 months after we come into picture. So that is in a nutshell what we do.
Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Raj, as these two said, like one is starting from raw, another is making it more like industry ready or business ready. You being from an NGO like IISc with academic background, how do you select the people? I mean, which kind of people do you select? You have said certain categories, but beyond categories, what other parameters do you see in any potential incubating?
Sure. So the way it works for us is very, very simple, Ashish. At the heart of the offering, there should be, as I mentioned, there should be science, right? So the people who are approaching us should be working towards commercializing products in the area of sciences. When I talk sciences, sciences, as you know, has moved away from, the traditional physics, chemistry, maths, biology kind of thing. Now we are talking really about interdisciplinary sciences. So there is engineering married to biology, married to something else, and so on. The way we go about is, sitting at SID, we don't have knowledge of everything that happens, right? And, it's really a large world out there. So when somebody approaches to us with a business plan, we assemble a team, right? So let us say somebody comes in the area of biotech, for example, or nanosciences, for example. So we'll bring that relevant faculty to the table as the first, port of call in terms of validating the science behind the product, right? Sometimes so happens that, entrepreneurs come to us with an idea, with some understanding of science, but that needn't really be correct, could have been tried earlier 10 years back and would have failed for some reason and so on. So the first port of call really is, checking the validity of science with the relevant faculty members. So once that is kind of established that the science behind the venture is really kosher, then we assemble a panel consisting of faculty members from IISc. We'll call somebody who has run a business in the same or an adjacent area. We'll call somebody from the VC industry to be part of the panel, right? So there are at least these 3 or 4 external entities who are there to help us review the pitch, right? And once, so the entrepreneur is actually, mandated to present in front of the panel. And once the panel decides that it is good to go, it's only then we incubate, right? So I just wanted to make 2 points. One, it is not necessary that the incubation is restricted only to students or faculty of IISc. We're an open incubation center and we accept applications from anyone as long as the idea is rooted in deep science and deep tech.
Okay, so in that sense, how do you see, the role of mentors, investors, and all those people, connected with you? Because as you said, like the mentors will be mostly from the institute itself.
So initially when the startups come to us at a very early stage, maybe something has been proven in lab or they come to us with an idea, right? And as I mentioned earlier, it takes them a significant amount of time to build their product out. It's not like, you can sit in a house or sit in a flat and, 6-9 months you code and you build your B2C or a mobile app and so on. Because there is precision engineering required, there is need for access to labs, there is need for access to consumables, few things will have to be imported, so all those kind of things go into before making the product out. So initially during the early stages of the startup, we find that there is a need for deeper amount of faculty connect and a deeper amount of mentorship from the technology angle, right? But once the early POCs are kind of ready and these startups are kind of ready to take it to the market, that is where the business mentorship comes in. Okay. Now, having said that, it is not a bifurcation, 50-50 kind of thing. As soon as we feel that there is a need to associate the startup with business mentors, we actually go out in the market and we actually try to find mentors who have been there and done that in a similar or adjacent business. Okay, and to make the mentoring very, very serious, right? Because you will see a lot of people wanting to mentor startups, and but wanting to do it at their own time and convenience, right? So we want to stay away from that. We want to make the mentorship engagement much more serious. So we actually pay the mentor. SID pays the mentor a small honorarium for the first 6 months. That 6 months is kind of a good time frame, we think, where the mentor and the founders can meet and establish at least a working relationship and trust, right? Suppose that it is left up to the startup to see how they want to engage with the mentor. And in practically all the cases, we have seen mentors either becoming investors in the company, mentors coming and joining the company as directors and so on. In other cases, we have seen the founders have found significant value provided by the mentor, so they actually gave them some sweat equity and stuff like that, right? So that makes it much more meaningful, and the mentor-mentee relationship kind of stays for much longer rather than being a very transactional engagement.
Yeah. So it's a kind of structural, way of right.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. Sure. Thank you. So now, Mr. Swarup, as you said, you have been working with different institutes, and just like Raj is working with ISC, Wadhwani Foundation is also working with different institutions, academic institutions. So can you just let us know how Wadhwani Foundation is engaged with this kind of academic institutions? I mean, how do you keep yourself engaged, and what are the roles and between you and the academic institute?
So, I mean, we have created a smoother process to engage the institute and incubator. So what we do, I mean, we handpick faculties from the academic institute, and also incubation manager who takes care of incubation processes. So foundation train them with the structured training, and after clearing the training, faculty or incubation manager are equipped to train the students or early stage entrepreneurs at incubation. So we keep look at that and what's happening at each institute. Institutes are majorly working with us on a mode that we are providing some credit in their academic structure. So students are getting this as a subject. So there is a keen interest from students to actually understand about the entrepreneurship, and at the same they are getting credit as a subject into their mark sheet as well. So that's a mode of engagement we have at the institute. With the incubator, we typically say that you should provide some initial seed capital or maybe some grant if they complete the course with the incubator through Wadhwani Foundation. So we never charge to any academic institute or any incubator. So since it's a not-for-profit, we are not charging anything to anyone. So the whole idea is that to get the seriousness from participants for Education Institute, we have developed the credit structure for the students. And for the incubator, they get some award, grant, or some capital from the incubator. So that's a model of engagement we have done.
Just one question I had. You said you have been awarding some credits to the students and those incubators. I mean, how do you measure that? Whether, because see, in all other subjects, like in academics, we have got very good, measurement technique available with us. But in this, incubation, how do you measure the outcome?
So we have developed a very interesting structure. So Foundation has a technology platform. We have courses for the participants. So there are 4 milestones we have developed in the entire journey. So we are focusing on these 4 milestones that which are again stage 1 for the idea stage entrepreneur is to figure out the customer segment, identify problem and the solution. So that's the first milestone. Second milestone is figuring out the business model and customer persona. Third milestone is figuring out a basic competition analysis, marketing strategy, a basic product or service which they are offering. And fourth milestone is kind of MVP or a prototype they have to develop. So we typically provide marks and a grade on this basis of these milestones which they work upon. And once they work upon this entire structure, they are getting marks against that. For the incubatees, which is milestone, which typically incubation manager will evaluate that there is a significant progress in terms of journey or not, because that's really important that gradually they should go to the next stage. So these milestones are helping us to grade, and the systems are very powerful that which is transparent between all the participants, faculty or a trainer, and the foundation team as well.
Okay, great. So, Umesh, one question to you. See, there are different accelerator also, in the market. So, one point is like how you are selecting the incubators. The other way is like how incubators will select any accelerator. What are the points they see in an accelerator?
I'll cite a recent example. There was this founder who had an earlier exit, and he was starting a PropTech venture, right? Which is just 6 months old. He literally interviewed us rather than the other way around. We were literally interviewed as to what is that value that we'll bring on the table.
Yes.
So tables are turned nowadays with the plush of money that is available. That resource is no longer at an early stage in India. That resource is no longer is kind of lacking for the good ones, for the founders with a kind of good and even semi-good. Like for them, the availability of funds is not a challenge. So for them, the key lies in somebody who adds more value. So from an incubator's perspective, what they try and see is somebody who's very founder friendly. Like we are not a professional, not driven. Like I do not have CEOs and directors to drive the business. I myself owning the company have a weekly or a monthly or a quarterly discussion with the founders directly to kind of get in touch with respective useful hands which are helpful for them to grow, which they value a lot. That is one of the key criteria for them to kind of get associated with us. Now, when it comes to as to how do we select them, see, different domains have different set of key criteria which have already been listed. Let's say if it is B2B enterprise SaaS model, one of the requirement is what is the tenure of closing a sales cycle for a larger account. What is the CAC requirement, customer acquisition cost required for that? What is that single account revenue per user that within a larger organization would be generated? So and multiple set of touch points. On the same fundamental, fintech would have something, D2C has something. So the matrices have been laid out as per the industries, and the revenue multiplier helps us determine as to what is the valuation that a startup would be able to generate. So basis that, we have defined sweet spots, and that is how we enter.
Okay, great. So one common question I'll ask like all of three, starting with Raj. Can you give one example, one startup which has come out from your incubator, which you can describe rather, so that it becomes a case study for other potential incubators?
Sure, absolutely. So, I want to talk about a startup called Bellatrix Aerospace. They got incubated somewhere around 2018 timeframe, I think. Young lads out of, I think, Anna University, I think Hindustan College of Engineering in Coimbatore. So this boy had this vision, of really building an aerospace company, and he had approached us for incubation. Was very, very passionate, right? I mean, I can't even describe the amount of passion these founders had. So we incubated them around 2018-19 timeframe. Starting with literally nothing, they came and occupied a empty space, which was probably less than 100 square feet of space. Okay. So today they are working with ISRO, developing this, propulsion system with alternate fuel, right? And today within ISC campus, we've kind of provided them a facility of almost 2,000 square feet of lab space for them to have their thrusters and so on for testing, right? So the point I'm trying to make is for entrepreneurs who have ideas, especially in the area of deep science, deep tech, nothing better than SID to come and get incubated.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We provide that amount of, whatever that is required for the startup, whether it is mentorship, whether it is access to lab facilities, network connections, right? Connects to government, connects to different agencies, right? The whole 9 yards.
Yeah. And being an ISC, yes.
Correct. So yeah, we do a handful of startups, right? Our numbers are less right now, predominantly because we have crunch of space. That will change next year, right? And the number of startups that we incubate will probably quadruple. Will go up at least 7 to 8 times if come next year. But right now, given the fact that we are small, this whole the amount of attention we pay to each of the incubators is exceptional. I'll tell you this.
Okay, great. Yeah. And Saurabh, can you give one case study from your Vadhwani Foundation?
So, I mean, at the foundation, we typically train many early stage ventures, and I mean, which I recently remember and know that I can talk about academics, one of the companies. So they are focusing on, they found the problem during the pandemic and they tried to figure out a solution and kind of a toolkit for professionals or maybe youngsters to learn about various critical skills, so maybe doing some hacks in the Excel, preparing a good PowerPoint presentation, so which is kind of requires skill for most of us, and also at the same time learning basic coding as well. So these guys are doing pretty good, and I mean they have pitched to multiple incubators after getting the post from Vadhwani Foundation. So similar way, this is one of them. Many early stage ventures are actually getting engaged with a lot of global accelerators, known incubators, and they are trying to pitch in about their ideas as well. So our success is when they come up with a product or service and then reach out to multiple stakeholders. So that's our success.
Great. Umesh.
Our portfolio size is very small. As I said, we work with, because since we have to infuse capital, we work with limited set of startups, and we have the belief of helping us reach to a stage where we can exit. Out of 12, it's very difficult. I can probably run through each one of them. But if I have to kind of start off with something, it's the first venture wherein we invested into. The name of the venture was QOT, QUIEXOTE. And the entity does specifically designs hardware products, and it is coined as Fitbit for cars. So it is a typical ADAS solution which gives your car to start off with, and then probably moving on to four-wheelers and now getting into two-wheelers as well. But specifically into cars is what they enter into, and helps you understand the entire health of the car. The revenue was not generated by the selling of device. It was, we reached to a conclusion that we do not sell it for earning out of the device, but the revenue would be generated from the allied solutions that it would bring on the table. Probably when the tires needs to be replaced, when the servicing needs to be done, when the oiling needs to be changed, and over a period of time, connect and align with insurance companies when they can determine as to which individual to be charged what premium. Because currently what is happening is, if you and me are driving a similar sort of car, when I am the rash driver and you are a safe driver, we both pay the same quantum of premium, right? Eventually we need to reach a stage wherein the insurance companies are charging us depending upon the driving capabilities that we own. So that is what the intention would be. How we support here is, the conclusion of the discussion that I'm doing right now is all done unanimously with the founder for the betterment of the organization. That is a decision that we make. What is the sales approach that we take? How do we onboard distributors? Which all cities do we get into? Where all do we provide free data? Because we need diverse data from multiple geographies. That's the objective that we get into, right? So we pinpoint as to where do we expand, which distributor to pick. And these are kind of regularly meetings that we do.
Okay, great. But I have been given one short notice. So let me go towards the end and just ask you, all of you, just a single thing. Like, what is the message you would like to give to any potential incubatee or startup or entrepreneur in a simple, short language? Start with Swaroop.
So, I mean, I always say, and I closely work with entrepreneurs who are at end of a growth stage, and they're actually figuring out a lot of ambiguities. Fail fast. That's a message, and I mean, figure out right customer, right strategy for scaling up. That's a message from my side.
Great, Umesh.
Well, I have a very clear fundamental in life. For new ventures, newbies, do not see the success which is there on newspapers. There's a lot of failures which goes behind that. So start accepting and adopting that. So पैसों के लिए धंधा नहीं करो. That is what my objective is. धंधे के लिए पैसा बनाओ. Do not do business for funding. That's what the core objective is.
Yeah. Okay, great. And Raf, from you.
No, so we need a lot of entrepreneurs in this country, more so in the area of deep science. So I'd encourage anybody who has an interest in, deep science startup to, follow their passion and to do it.
Okay, great. So before we end, I think we'll have, Shweta, do we have some questions from the audience? Hello.
Ashish sir, actually, we do not have any questions from the audience at the moment. We'll be taking them up on email or on our contact details.
And I hope all our panelists will be available even offline afterwards. I mean, sorry, offline means
that's
not
a promise that
offline in the current sense,
from
but offline means afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much easily accessible. I think all of us. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Available on LinkedIn as well. Very easily accessible and reachable.
Yeah. So I think all our participants and potential incubatees, they'll be able to utilize your expertise, your experience, the knowledge, what you have been spreading, sharing with others. Our incubatees will also have the similar kind of access to them. So with this, I would like to end this session, and I would like to thank all three panelists, Mr. Raj Wagre, Mr. Swaroop Pandya, and Mr. Uttam Chandani, for sparing your time and sharing your knowledge, experience with you. And I'm sure all of us, including participants and our TIE members, everybody would have something to take home from all of you by getting to know how incubators work and how incubators, incubate the entire process of incubation. And hope we'll have some more incubatees coming out from this session and will one day become unicorn. So I would also like to thank Mr. Nilesh Shukla, the president of TIE Vadodara, Mr. Ravin Sangvi for their valuable suggestions, and all our charter members and office bearers, including Shweta. Thank you for your support. And Shweta, it's back to you. Thank you very much for all your patience and your good, valuable responses and answers. I hope we'll keep on accessing your knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, friends. My name is Dhruv Patel, and I'm chartered member of TiE Vadodara. I welcome everyone to Reverse Pitch session. It's been 3 days, the Pre-Vibrant Startup Showcase as a part of Runway to Vibrant Gujarat Startup Summit by TiE Vadodara in association with Vibrant Gujarat. Friends, I'm sure that you have been enjoying series of sessions for last 3 days and you have had a great learning and takeaways. I would like to take some time to get some sort of understanding on this particular initiative which TiE Vadodara has had planned for. So basically, it's all about virtual startup showcase and specifically providing a global outreach to participating startups, helping them to initiating communication channel with organizer supports, startup ecosystem. Also, bringing opportunity to connect with existing entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and professionals for long-term mentoring, investment opportunity, equity, and quite a lot. This objective is also to scale up startup and their offerings and to spread awareness on their offering towards the entire startup community. With 100 plus startups which are part of this particular event from across the Gujarat with the networking and virtual product showcase platform, this will allow them to participating and organizing to networking, mentoring, education, funding, incubation, and quite a lot. Friends, there are many instances where you do have a right product in hand, you do have a right passion. However, you are lacking with right guidance and right time, and understanding a lot of opportunities and offering by the government institution and other incubators around you. And as far as the statistic is concerned, almost 30% odd startup are able to get that, but quite a lot of startup and ideas are not getting that kind of support, or they don't know where to go and what to do in order to get all this kind of support. So this particular session is going to focus on that, where we are bringing incubators on board, where they are going to talk about their offering, their support, what kind of focus area or specialization they are going to get into. They are also going to give you understanding, is there any possibility of co-working space, sitting facility, any staff, connection with the mentor and investor, infrastructure, and also kind of opportunity you may get from government or any other individual angel investor, or maybe any other institution. So rather taking a lot of your time, let me start with Mr. Uday Vankwala. He is Chief Executive Officer, Atal Incubation Center. Udayji is having it's been a lot of involvement in the startup ecosystem, where he has been providing overall leadership to AIC RPM with objective of nurturing and supporting new angel entrepreneurs of New India. He holds a postgraduate degree in management from University of Mumbai and certified designer, and successfully completed entrepreneurship educator course offered by Mean Stanford Technology Veteran Program. He is very passionate in terms of exploring new places and traveling a lot. So in case if you're meeting, make sure that you are having a kind of conversation about your local culture and having a healthy discussion. So Udayji, I leave this floor to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dhruvji. Really appreciate this kind introduction. Thank you so much, Shweta-ji, and the entire TiE Vadodara team and the organizing team for inviting me. It's always amazing to talk to budding entrepreneurs, the ecosystem. So in this particular reverse pitch, what I'll try to do is just to give an overview of what AIC RMP does and how you can really leverage AIC RMP as a startup or maybe as an ecosystem player. I know that I've got exactly 6 minutes, so I'll try to do justice within that 6 minutes time frame. And maybe if you want, once I start sharing the screen, you can start the timer as well, so that we are pretty much on time. So really appreciate everyone for joining in.
Thank you so much. I hope you can see the screen. Let me put it in the, yeah, I hope. Just give me a thumbs up if at all, if you are able to, right? Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate. As you can see, we are Atal Incubation Center, Rambhav Margi Prabodhini Foundation, that is supported by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. We are one of the incubators that have been working very closely with Niti Aayog and Atal Innovation Mission team, mainly on nation building. So the kind of startups that we really look out for are the startups that are innovative, that can create jobs. Just to give you a background, almost around after 2,600 applications that were being screened during second round, and 40 centers were established, AICs were established, AIC RMP was one of it. We were officially launched by the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Kumar, on 20th Jan 2019. So that's almost like 3 years, we'll be completing 3 years in next 12 days. So we focus on nurturing, hand-holding, mainly the startups, budding entrepreneurs. We call this as new age entrepreneurs for New India, that can have the job creation done through entrepreneurship. And we also aim to create and support sustainable business models at grassroots level. Let me tell you, grassroots level, that's the key. We really look out for grassroots level entrepreneurs, social enterprises that can really help with the help of technology as an enabler. So our parent, little bit about
just a moment.
Sure.
Can you please tell me which slide are you looking forward to present at the moment?
Sorry?
Which slide is visible on your screen? We can
it's
see
the first slide. First slide.
First slide on your screen.
There's an introduction.
Okay.
Yeah, about AIC RMP, I'm done with. I believe that you can see,
okay.
Right?
So yeah, so we are just seeing the first slide on your screen. I think there is a little glitch in the presentation, but yeah. Yes.
Okay. Can you see this? Okay. I'm so sorry about this. Thanks for. I think 1 sec. Let me just see if at all this. Can you see this, or it's again the first slide?
It's the third slide at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Parent host institution, right?
Yes, but it is not visible in a presenter view.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. 1 second. See if at all.
You can click on the next slide. I think that's enough at the moment.
No, let me just kind of check. So you can see all the slides now, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, is it fine?
It's absolutely fine. If you're looking forward to doing it in a presenter view, then you'll have to share that particular screen.
No, I think I'm pretty much fine with this. If at all, if the content is visible, I think let's just go ahead with that.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate. So Rambhav Margi Prabodhini, our parent host institution, it's a unique leadership development academy set up in 1982. That's almost 40 years now, with an aim to nurture, impart training, capacity building of elected representatives, social workers, as well as people running institutions, organizations, and startups. So total number of courses, mainly around political assistantship, Constitution of India, certificate program on public policy, certificate course in political assistantship, and also on cephalogy. More than 200 students, and we also run a full-time course that's Indian Institute of Democratic Leadership, iidl.org.in. Again, that's where our host institution comes in. It's a strong institution. We work closely with the government, think tank of the government, and on certain policies and ministries. That's where we can really assist or support our startups with. Just a snippets of our incubation centers and the facilities, as you can see right at the center, this incubation ceremony, and then the training area. We have the startup sitting area, the video conference room. Let me tell you that we are one of the very few incubators that focus on lab to market. We always say as an incubation center, there are two kinds of incubation center. One is idea to lab and lab to market. We really cater to startups that are at lab to market. They have developed their prototype. So we mainly look at post prototype and then helping them with market access, validation, pilot projects. So that's our sort of expertise or strengths. That's what we have. Our focus area has been ICT, information communication technology, within which it's healthcare, education, mainly Niti Aayog 2025, their vision, specifically those specific sectors that comes under Niti Aayog as upcoming sectors and sectors that can really create new India. We also have tech for social good, and we call this as social impact.
and agriculture, that's mainly tech. So out here, the common element is technology. Mainly the soft infrastructure, the support system, what we have is mentoring up to almost 40 hours, corporate connects, workshops and sessions, showcase opportunities, connect with academic campuses, mainly for your internship possibilities with the academic institution. So you can have interns from those campuses, business to government connects, pilot opportunities, tech due diligence, mock pitching as well. We conduct help on the mock pitching. Our workshops are pretty much customized. We call these as curated workshops, as well as the mentoring sessions are one-to-one on the base of the challenge that any of the startups really face. We also have investor and CSR connects, and we have our own seed fund as well through AIM, which is up to the tune of 25 lakhs per startup. So these are the few offerings that we have. We call this as a 12 bucket list for any startup to really go through, and they can leverage each one of it at different juncture that they have. Close to 60 plus mentors. Out of that, 20 mentors are specifically catering to startups in their journey. So we do this in a very scientific way, and then the mentors are engaged. We call this as matchmaking of mentors and mentees. And out of 60 plus mentors, the 20 mentors are 15 to 20 mentors are closely associated on the matchmaking part of it. 6 plus investment partners, that's mainly facilitating funding. We run flagship initiative, New India Startup Conclave 1.0 and 2.0. So 2 initiatives or conclaves have been organized by us. The first one was Connect, Share and Grow, and the second one was transformation of aspirational districts with the help of technology-based startups. That was held in Feb 2020. Post that, because of COVID, we couldn't continue. This is just a dashboard. You can easily see 44 startups, 40 plus startups that are incubated, 8 that are going to get graduated from 2 cohorts, 12 collaborative programs, 60 plus mentor. We have an accelerator program as well. That is aggregateindia.in, which is specifically for agri-based startups and the academic partners. We also have analyzed and seen that the number of jobs that have got created is close to almost 200 plus. These are the notable startups. OmniCurious as a healthcare-based startups based in Bangalore. When they came to us, they were around 4 crores.
Legit requesting you to switch the screens because we are seeing these just third screen, third slide.
I'm so sorry. Let me. Okay. I think there seems to be some issue with. I think. Can you see the screen now?
Still third screen. So when you are watching it is
okay. Let me just try again. If I told you that's gonna work.
Sir, can you just start the presenter view in your laptop and then share that particular screen? That will help.
Let me do that. Just,
you need to stop sharing this.
Yep. I'll do that. Let me just do that.
So I think it will work even if you don't switch on the presentation mode. Just keep because you have to manually select from share screen, you will have to select the presentation which is already on. So you have to first put your slide. Yeah, this is much better.
Hang on.
That was good.
Yeah, okay. 1 sec. I think there seems to be some issue with, is it better? Can you see the 4th slide?
Yes, it's perfect. It's perfect in a presentable way.
Yeah. So sorry.
Yes.
So so I've already run through. I'm not gonna repeat specific. You can see images will speak louder than whatever that I have said earlier. So I'm not gonna repeat and spend more time around it. The soft infrastructure. That's what I was really talking about. I think the slide is self-explanatory, which I believe that. I've already gone through those specific details of our incubator. 60 plus mentors, 6 plus investment partners. I hope this is the slide that you can see now. Awesome, thank you. So achievements, as you can see, the dashboard that is on the second particular part, the circles, which are like 40 plus startups that are incubated, startups to be graduated, 60 plus mentors that I was really talking about, and 200 plus jobs that we have been able to create. We also run an accelerator program that's specific to agriculture startups. It's called as aggregateindia.in in partnership with Global Pearly. And we're just going to launch that with 6 to 8 startups for scaling up. We give market access to agri-based startups through that. What do AIC RMP seek is we want you to join Atmanirbhar Bharat movement. That's what we really believe in. And then that can happen only through Startup India, Stand Up India movement in a way that through structured hand-holding, mentoring of startups, that's what we believe in. So each of our startups are committed in a way that out of 44 startups, only one, it's not operational. The rest of it, either they have pivoted or have found a sustainable mode. That is what
just to interrupt, we are almost running out of the time.
I'll just do it in 30 seconds.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Perfect. Scouting innovating solutions to create new India and incubate committed and talented entrepreneurs and startup enterprises is what we are looking at. Just a last but most important slide, which is about our startups. Omnicurious, based in Bangalore. That's the Impact Tathya, which was featured in ISRO reform booklet. Beehive, that has got funding up to 3 crores. Augur AI, that is into machine learning. Ennoble, that's a social impact startup. We have got a startup that's working in airships as well. DealSafe, that's mainly the platform for MSMEs for finance. And DigiSwasthya, that's a social impact startup working on phygital part of bringing in medical solutions to remote places. So with that, thank you so much. So sorry for some technical glitches, but I hope so through this platform, I was able to communicate exactly what we are really at AIC RMP and what we really look forward to. Appreciate everyone's time and thank you.
Absolutely, it was great. And again, since you have been working with the technology, everybody knows that technology, there will be a kind of a limitation, but it was an excellent presentation and information about the incubator. So friends, specifically, if you're looking forward to have, if you are technology-based startup first criteria and looking forward to have some sort of support in terms of government help, or maybe if you're ready and would like to go to market with your concept, they may help you to build kind of a strategy, having a very strong access to mentors. So in case if you are all good, they can connect with the good mentors and investment partners. They do have 6+ investment partner. So I think it's all about technology. So if you are a technology startup looking forward to have any kind of support, please don't hesitate to reach out to Atal Incubation Center, and they will be happy and glad to assist you in that case. Thank you. Thank you so much, Udayji. It was very informative, and I'm sure that Atal Incubation Center is going to add a lot of value to startup ecosystem. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So, friends, moving quickly, I would like to have Mr. Aditya and Pradeep. Mr. Pradeep from AIC Pinnacle Entrepreneurship Forum, and they are going to talk about their initiative and how they are going to help this startup. So, guys, it's all your floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Guruji. Can I share my screen so I can just...
Yes, please.
So is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So thank you, first of all. My name is Pradeep Patil, and I'm representing AIC Pinnacle Entrepreneurship Forum. And thank you. It's glad to be connected with the Vibrant Gujarat 2022. So I'll just briefly introduce about AIC Pinnacle, what exactly we are doing, and how we exactly supporting our startups. So first of all, we are supported by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog Government of India. Second, we have sanctioned for the IPFC Center from the Ministry of MSME. IPFC is Intellectual Property Facilitation Center. And we also have a sanction for the Mighty Tide 2.0 program under Ministry of Electronics and IT. We are also work aligned with the objective of Make in India, Digital India, Startup India, Skill India, and CII. So we are leading government-supported industry-backed innovation and incubation center, registered as a non-profit Section 8. Our mission is to create a vibrant and high-impact entrepreneurial ecosystem which is focused on innovation, incubation, and investment in key sector. In terms of focused area, we are focusing on the technological research, innovation, startup in the complex and product-oriented domain, including automobile, EV, agriculture, electronics, and IT. We also focused on healthcare, social innovation, and other emerging sectors. So in terms of infrastructure, we have three infrastructure like 13,000 square feet of area in Pune. We have a corporate office at Shivaji Nagar. This is a very prime location in the city. And we also have a manufacturing setup at Bhosri location and the Chakan location. We have two equipment labs, conference rooms, and workstations to help the startups. In terms of equipments, we have sector-specific equipment, so startup can utilize it in very better way. We also have a training and conferences rooms for the startups. Okay, these are our advisory board. Many seniors and experienced people are on our advisory board. Due to time restrictions, I might not be able to take all the names, but the experience really helpful, really adding value to our startups. So this is our core team. We have a chief mentor as Raghunath Mashilkar, our founder Sudhir Mehta sir, our CEO Mr. Avinash Thakur sir, and we are a core team of 10 people. And our host institute Pinnacle Industries is also supporting us with the various manner for our startup journey. Then how exactly we working for the two startups? So first of all, the identification of startup is a very important thing. So first, we have a set process to identify the startups. Then we have a scrutiny committee first. After that, we have a selection committee. So based on various evaluation criteria, we select the startup. Once we select, we train them, we incubate them, and we have not stopped there. After the incubation, we have acceleration support to them. So what exactly we do in support? So first, after the incubation, we are mentoring them. We are supporting them for their prototypes. We're supporting them for their product development. And after the development, we are also supporting them to the market entry or commercialization, we can say. In terms of functional support, we have in-house legal team, HR team, and marketing support team to support them. The startup, those who are in acceleration or scale-up stage, we have an investor and corporate network, our own corporate network for them. And in terms of funding, we are availing funding in two terms. First of all, we have a seed funding, internal seed funding, and those startups who are in a scale-up stage, we are supporting them with a private investor as well. For the growing of startup, we are conducting events, training, and skill development program as well. And as I said, we have an IPFC center supported by Ministry of MSME. So our major focus is on protecting their intellectual properties as well. We have a specially designed acceleration program for those who are in a already entered in the market or market ready stage. So this program is helping them to create a major impact and take the major part in the market. So these are also photographs of our infrastructure. As I said, we have three infrastructure at Bhosri location, Sakar, and the Shivaji Nagar. So these are some photos of it. So till date, in a short, this is inside of our startup. Till date, we have incubated 50 plus startups. As we divided startups in three different stages. First is early stage, seed stage, and late stage. So, and again, we divided them into sector wise. Like we have 3 startup in environmental sector, which is considering a prime sector nowadays. Healthcare is also prime domain. We have 4 startups. Agriculture, we have 3. Electronics, we have 11. And mobility, we have a maximum startup, which counts 14. Social innovation and other, we have 3 and respectively 12. In terms of funding, we have supported 11 startup till date with the 84 lakhs funding, internal seed funding. And in terms of external funding, we have raised 5.11 CR till date. And number of startup we have supported with external seed funding is 8. And the graduated startup is 13 till date. So it's a short impact. We have, as I said, we have more 100 plus startups that are in pipeline. We have already filed 30 intellectual property and there are more 20 already in the process. In terms of key partners, we have partnership with the governments, corporate and academic sectors. Also, we have a partners from the ecosystem. Till that, we have already conducted 120 plus events physically as well as on virtual mode, 35 plus training session. And I would like to say we have about 11 awards to support our startup. There are 9 of national levels and 2 on an international level. I think I have already covered the infrastructure part, and I'll just I'd like to show the success stories. A few of our startup got road bouncers.
Mr. Pradeep, we are running out of time, so if you can just that would be helpful.
Yes, this is last, right? What we are expecting from the this summit, that if we get good connects from this summit, like some industry connects, startup connects, investor connects, so it will be helpful for AIC Pinnacle as well as our startups. So thank you very much. And
okay, that was.
I hope I'll not take much time, but yeah, thank you very much.
No, that's fine. Thank you so much for a very good introduction, to be honest. And I would encourage all of the startups, specifically having who are in ideation phase, even they can reach out to you, since you do have a support from ideation to market reach, and you are having a very strong resources or like a pool of mentors from industry leader. Right. And the most important thing is you are helping and making sure that they are protecting their IP, which is very, very important part in this current situation. So thank you so much, Mr. Aditya and Pradeep. And if one would like to connect with them, please free to connect with them. Thank you. So, friends, moving forward, I would like to invite Siddharth Iyer. Mr. Siddharth Iyer, he's investment manager, Gujarat Student and Innovation Hub, iHub, which is everybody well aware about iHub. To give you a short introduction, he's an entrepreneur at heart, having 12 years of experience in different sector, in different position. He specifically worked with the different sectors, specifically chemical, finance, event, FMCG, F&B, artificial intelligence, and much more. So he always working for the development and training, target achievement with the new strategy and execution. Siddharth, I'll leave the floor to you. Please go ahead and take lead on this.
Sure. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for giving me such a time, and I'd just like to share my screen. Good evening, everyone, from iHub Gujarat. And being a government organization directly by the education department, and just a second. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Sorry. So the government of Gujarat has been very kind and has been very generous in starting the SSIP policy. And we are, first of all, many congratulations on the SSIP 2.0 that has been launched on the 5th of January 2022. And all the ecosystem enablers over here, I would really thank you for all the support that you have given to the Gujarat ecosystem. And what I have is what we need, what we aim to achieve is we want to be the main driver and enabler. And as we can say that we already have more than 180 startups incubated at iHub Gujarat. We are not only focusing on the incubation, but we are more focused on betterment of the ecosystem, of the entire ecosystem of entrepreneurship in Gujarat. So what we do is we start from scratch, even if an idea that is coming from an ideation stage, and right until it has got its funding or right until its market stage, we are trying and support them. These are the various support mechanisms that we have already defined. And starting off from the innovations from the college to open innovation challenges that we run to the startup programs, we are running 15 flagship programs in iHub Gujarat. That is Startup Sathi, Startup Samaj, Startup Saksham, that is a capacity building program, Startup Grow, that is our incubation program, Startup Clinic, where the industry experts are present at iHub who are supporting for specific domains, are present at iHub, and we get a pool of 5 or 6 startups who are having a very specific problems to their genre, and they are connecting with them one-on-one. That is again a short-term engagement program that we run. Startup Manak is again a capacity building program. There are a total of the universities and the MVP stage startups that we are already having. So the value chain that we have created is how from the ideation stage we are supporting financially, we are supporting for 2 lakh rupees starting for the ideation stage. From POC to prototyping stage, we are supporting them from 2.5 lakh to 10 lakh rupees, which is a revised amount now. And once they have crossed the prototype stage, we are supporting them with 30 lakh rupees worth of grant, that is Industries and Mines Department. So on an average, and if it is a social impact startup, we are providing them with 10 lakh rupees surplus amount as they are creating a social impact. So on an average, we are trying to minimize the risk, financial risk from the startup, and so that they can flourish in their individual domains. What our pedagogy at iHub is, which we are trying to follow very diligently, is helping the startups achieve $1 million valuation in under 1,000 days of our incubation program. As most of the ideas are become nascent in the ideation stage, so not many can go ahead. So what we are trying to do is we are minimizing their risk so that every startup, me being an entrepreneur myself, I have failed multiple times, but every time you need a support system to get back. Not if one of your ideas has failed, that does not mean that you cannot be an entrepreneur, or you cannot run a successful business. So we have channelized it, and all our programs are specified according to this particular our pedagogy. The first layer is Startup Coach and Startup Saksham, that is the scouting programs that we run and capacity building programs. While in the second layer, we have mind to market challenges coming up. Startup Clinic, as I already explained. Sketch to Shelf is again a very special program in which an entrepreneur, if he wants to develop a prototype and if he needs support mechanisms right from the mentorship to manufacturing process. So Startups Sketch to Shelf is that particular program. We have an in-house IPR team, and we try and facilitate the entrepreneurs from financial grants as well in IP sector. Startup Engage is again a long-term program of mentorship. Mostly all the Chamber of Commerce are associated with us, and we are very very fortunate to avail their expertise and experience that we can provide to the startups. Third layer that we go for the prototype plus stage, that is Startup Grow, our incubation program. We started specifically for the women entrepreneurs. We have already launched one coffee table book of 66 women entrepreneurs of Gujarat, and now we are in process of launching yet another, that will be 75 women entrepreneurs of Gujarat. The Startup Srujan is our in-house grant that we provide, that is 2.5 lakhs to 10 lakh for prototype development. Startup Maraks and Startup Sadi. Startup Sadi is again a very special program for us, in which a mentor is providing a long-term mentorship for the startup, that is close to 1 year, and they provide mentorship stages. They are providing stages and milestones for the entrepreneurs. Startup Square is again, we are connecting the startups to the government organizations. Being a government company, we have access to the government, and
Siddharth,
I'll wrap it up. 1 minute.
Okay, all right.
Startup Nidhi is again our financial program that we run. We are currently in process of making our own AIF. The flagship programs of iHub are startup domains. We have categorized it in 10. These are the sector-wise bifurcations of our startups. This is the V-Start event that we did. on women entrepreneurs. Thank you so much for your time.
That's great, Siddharth. Quite a lot to get from your incubation for sure. You've been offering wide range of services and a lot of initiative, specifically helping startup from ideation to market reach. And one most important part which you highlighted is very special provision for women entrepreneurs. So friends, if anyone listening and having women entrepreneurship within, I should say, or if you are women entrepreneurs or startup women leadership, then I think it's a good where you can connect with the iHub, and I think you will be having a great support from there. Siddharth, thank you so much for your time and kind introduction about the incubation center. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Pleasure. Thank you.
Moving quickly, I'm going to invite Mr. Nikhil Suthar. I don't think so he need any introduction in terms of specifically startup ecosystem. But Nikhil Bhai is Chief Operating Officer at Barodara Startup Studio, Para University. Very, very passionate in terms of bringing the startup ecosystem across the globe, mentoring, supporting, nurturing many startups here in Vadodara and in Gujarat. Nikhil Bhai, please take it further.
Thank you so much, Dhrubai, for the introduction. So yes, we are from Parur University. It's a PIERC, a sectioned company in order to support the innovation and startup at Central Gujarat. So we at Parur University, we are having the campus of 150 acres, 2,000 plus faculties, 50 plus foreign collaborations, 28,000 plus students, the placements, 75 plus national awards and rankings. So this is all about the Parur University. Now, when it comes to the specific part of innovation entrepreneurship, so far currently we are having about 128 plus startups incubated with the PIERC, Vadodara Startup Studio, about 1,800 plus job opportunities we have created so far, and 27 crore rupees of revenue collectively generated by the startups incubated at PIERC. So this is the infrastructure that we are having at Kareli Bagh in Baroda. So we are having total 4 different premises in Baroda. So one is Vadodara Startup Studio, then for the technological part, it's a tinkering hub, then Fab Lab, and ADC. So it's a multi-domain area that we are having under the umbrella of PIERC, and Vadodara Startup Studio is a part of PIERC. So we are having this dedicated setup with the conference room, auditorium, flexi desk, dedicated desk at Amit Nagar, Vadodara. So these are the core focus area that on which we are working on. So one is student entrepreneurship. So we are working upon proof of concept to MVP, MVP to product development. So how to get the IP. So a complete incubation support from mind to market. It's a complete incubation support for the student startups. When it comes to a for-profit ventures, if someone is putting their efforts, so how to crack the market for your product. So it's a scale-up thing, acceleration support that we are having the acceleration program to support for-profit ventures. When it comes to a third part, the innovative tech products. So we are incubating the tech startups with us, and we are trying to provide them all the necessary resources and the right kind of mentoring connect so that they can develop that product with our incubation center. The fourth one is a social impact area where we are specifically working on a proactive stage. So we do have such a great startup with us in this domain. So so far we are having about 8 startups in social impact area, and they are doing the great job. So fifth one is a woman entrepreneurship, woman startups. So we are having a specific area called woman-led startups, and we are trying to design the programs around woman-led innovations and the woman-led startups. So this is what we are providing at Vadodara Startup Studio is a single window support system. So you are getting all this thing at single window at Vadodara Startup Studio. It's an industry academia mentor connect, a co-working support, co-working space, and the resources, the startup counseling and handholding support. So when we are talking about startup counseling, it's a complete mind-to-market support
So strategic part, design thinking, then the business model development. So all these things covered under this area. Then access of pre-seed grant, seed grant, IC grant, SSIP grant, DSC grant. So we are also helping in this. And parallelly, apart from public grants, we are also helping our startups with the private funds. And the fourth one is a startup community connect. So we have built a small engaging startup community here in Baroda, and we are trying to help our startups with the local networks. So these are the four flagship initiatives of Baroda Startup Studio. One is the incubation program. So if you are having just a raw idea, you can get the support of incubation program. If you are having the, let's say, MVP kind of product, and if you want to launch this product, so Launchpad program is there to handle your startup at the MVP stage and to launch it into market. So how to get the leads, how to convert your leads into early stage. So these are the things that we are covering into the Launchpad programs. Third one is the GrowthPad program. So GrowthPad program is something where we are closely working with the corporate clients. So currently we are having the active cohort with Reliance Industries Limited. So we are running the VSS Geo GrowthPad program where we have identified 8 such startups, and we are working upon that. And out of this, after this program, RIL will nurture them further. And the fourth one is acceleration program to accelerate the growth of the startups. So these are the key initiatives, a complete cycle, how we work. So first of all, we are getting the entries from the offline or online modes. We are engaging them with the regular programs called talks, boot camps, and then we are getting them into the incubation process, then launchpad process, then by channelizing them with the right kind of master classes, we are providing them an acceleration support. And the final stage is graduation, I think, at the demo day program. So these are the additional thing apart from the co-working support we are providing to our startups. So one is CRM software. We are providing the free access of 1 year CRM software, 1 year free access of GST billing softwares, and the cloud credits for our startups. So apart from the infrastructure support, apart from government funds, startups can access these 3 things with respect to software and soft infrastructure part. So we are currently engaging with the mentors from Pan India. So Mr. Govind Dolakia, Mr. Sanjay Raval, Mr. Chandan Chatterjee. So about 47 plus different mentors from 14 different areas that we do have at Baroda Startup Studio, and they are helping us to guide our startup, to nurture our startups at different stage of our incubation process. So we are also facilitating the private investment part. So we recently have done the investment drive with the Syndicate Ventures and Growth Tree Ventures. We are also coming up with the private investment drive with the new national players. So last year we have launched this facility called Baroda Startup Studio at Amit Nagar. So we have signed the MOU with the Piramal Foundation's Gandhi Fellowship Program.
We are up.
Just for 30 seconds. So achievements of Paro University, we do have a nodal center where we are providing a 30 lakh rupees grant. So sustenance allowance, skill development assistance, acceleration program, 50 lakhs to 3 crore rupees for a series round with the support of GVFL. So we have received about 2.3 crore from government of Gujarat to develop this facility. So these are some of the key startups from Baroda Startup Studio. The Speed Force is one of the very focused and prime startups from our acceleration program. And currently, they have evaluated themselves at 100 crore rupees. They are about to raise a fund of 10 crore rupees in next week. So Kavital Technologies, they are working upon the Dr. Cardio ECG machines, and they have done a very good job. In the limited time of 2 years, currently they are operating in 8 different states. Anvesha Foundation of Cycle Chakra, they are also doing a fantastic job. And with the limited time of limited time span of 3 years, currently they are settling up their new factory in the Dharmach Anand area. And by settling up this facility, they will provide employment of nearby 6,000 employees. So these are some of our startups. And this is what we expect from this forum. So we need more and more industry connect, right kind of community platform, same seed funding opportunities, and if we can develop the seed funding platform together on the national level and the growth mentoring program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nikhil bhai. Sorry, I understand you have a lot to offer, and you have been doing quite a lot of stuff. But friends, for your knowledge, basically, it's a Vadodara-based incubation center helping startups and also students. In case if you are a student and if you wish to have some sort of startup to be initiated, maybe you can connect with the Vadodara Startup Studio, and they are going to help you in order to validate your idea, even idea generation, validation, and to build up your startup. Thank you, Nikhil Bhai, for your kind time and introduction for Vadodara Startup Studio. Friends, we are pressing short time here, but let me introduce Dr. Amrita Doshi, Assistant Professor in Textile and Apparel Design, Institute of Fashion and Technology, Faculty of Family and Community Science, Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara. Dr. Amrita Doshi, having 14 years of teaching experience and coordinator at the Center of Startup and Innovation at Maharaja Sayajirao University of Vadodara. Madam, floor is yours. Please take it further. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction. So I'll just begin with, without taking much of time, I'll begin with the structure of the office. So we have the Office of Career, Office at Center for Incubation and Center for Startup and Innovation, which was established under the aegis of Office of Career Advancement for Students in October 2018. Under the motivating leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Parimal Vyas. And under the guidance of Director of the Office, Professor Dr. Ranjan Iyer, and Deputy Director, Professor P.K. Jha, the Center focused on establishing and nurturing the innovation and startup ecosystem. So the very well-known policy, that is SSIP, Student Startup and Innovation Policy, which is from the Government of Gujarat, was implemented by the center, and the Center for Startup and Innovation and Center for
Dr. Amrita?
Yes, ma'am.
We are having a pop-up of your network issue. Can you switch to a better network? That's better.
Just give me a minute if I can.
Yeah. Because you are not visible on the screen clearly.
Okay. Does it help? Is it better now?
It's better, yes.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So the two centers have jointly registered as MSISEC. Now, what is MSISEC? MSISEC is the Maharaja Sayajirao Innovation Startup and Entrepreneurship Center, which was established as a decisive step in the direction of establishing leadership of the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda in the domain of supporting innovation and startup. So this incubation center, MSISEC, was virtually inaugurated by the Honorable Education Minister, Government of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Singh Ji Chudasama on 10th of November 2020. And university has allocated a special building, which is around approximately 25,000 square feet area has been given to us. And it's a huge center where we have all our activities going on. There are more than 10 cubicles where our startups are sitting and they're working, as in it is their working areas. We have different meeting rooms, we have tinkering labs in that area, we have canteen. It's a beautiful environment to work with there, and like-minded people sit there, work together. So that's one very dedicated space for our startups. And in the span of 3 years, we've evaluated more than 300 ideas. 73 innovative projects have been supported by us. 21 startups have incubated with us. They have also applied for their IPR as well. And in this span, we have around 26,000 is the number that we have outreached through our different programs. So we mentor startups into different domains such as edutech, IT and e-commerce, cultural and social sector, environment and scientific sector, consumer product, technical products, import and export, accounting process, pharmacy and healthcare. A lot of our startups have been awarded at several events that were organized by Government of Gujarat and SSIP as well. Besides this, we have our flagship programs that are conducted every year. To begin with, that's very well planned in terms of how do we generate the idea and how do we take it up to the accelerated event. The first one is the flagship event that we have is the Ideathon, which is generally hosted in the month of February, and it is basically with the hosted with the idea of sourcing of innovative ideas. So we approach to the school students and the college-going students, so they present their ideas and then they are evaluated, and it's a kind of a competition that is held. So that is our first step where we try and get interesting ideas from the students, not only from the college but from the schools as well. The second flagship event that we have is the Hackathon, which is designed basically to nurture the problem-solving attitude. And this is hosted in the month of June. And we take up problems from industries in different regions, and then we have innovative ideas which have been, which were taken up during the time of Ideathon and several other sources as well. Then we have the SIRG Startup Summit, which is an enterprise formation event, which generally takes place in October to December, and it is heavily branded event. It is elevated to national level summit at times, and we have pitching platforms for our startups. We have investor exposure, mentoring, workshop, lectures, and book reviews, and many more to this event. So how do you approach us, or how do you contact us? We have a very simple process to be a part or to get associated with us. Is you have an idea, you give your proposals, you submit your proposals, and then your proposals are evaluated. We have a scrutiny committee that evaluates your ideas, and if they're good, you're good to go, you start with it. And in case if there is any kind of improvements or some suggestions are needed, then in that case we have our we provide them mentors, and then these mentors they train, they make those required changes, and then again they are presented to the scrutiny committee, and then they are as well good to go. So it's a very simple process. Just you have an idea, you can approach us. You would see at our stall the details are there. The email ID is given. You can contact us there. And apart from that, you can contact Dr. Akash Pandey. He is an assistant professor in the Faculty of Technology. You can contact me. I'm Dr. Amrita Doshi. I am an assistant professor in the Faculty of Family and Community Sciences. So looking forward to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I was about to say, okay, we are all good with the time, but you very well covered. So thank you so much. So friends, in case again, another incubator specifically from Vadodara, in case if you would like to take leverages of SSIP policy, and if you would like to demonstrate your capabilities specifically in a flagship event like Hackathon, I think that's the right place where you can get in touch. Thank you so much, Amrita ji, for your kind of time and understanding and introduction.
Pleasure.
So moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Prachi Pandya, is Deputy Director, Krishna Center of Startup and Entrepreneurship, GPDU, Vadodara. Ma'am, please take it further.
Thank you, sir. I'm sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So we are from Dr. Kiran and Pallavi Patel Global University, KPGU Vadodara, and I am the Deputy Director of Krishna Center of Startup and Entrepreneurship. So today we will know about our facilities, our resources that we can offer to the startups, and we can help in development of a startup ecosystem. So first of all, I would like to say one thing is startup is a process which is a very ongoing process which needs lot of mentoring, lot of support to become a marketable, sustainable products. Dr. Kiran and Pallavi Patel Global University has 9 faculties, 13 constituent schools, and 6 center of excellences. So in the direction of innovation and startup incubation, we have established Institute Innovation Council as per MHRD guidelines. And we have also received 4-star rating in that for conducting the innovation activities for all the innovators, for all the startups. So another achievement about it that the facilities that we can offer to startups is the CETIBA, that is Center for Entrepreneurship, Technology Incubation and Business Acceleration Center, that is supported by India SME Forum, and through which we can support lot of startups through the mentoring system, through the various support system for entrepreneurial and managerial developments. SSIP, there are 2 institutions under KPGU, that is Institute of Technology and Pharmacy both, that have received the grant of 60 lakhs for the last 3 years. It is now completed. Now we are under SSIP 2. One most important achievements about it is like many students have received the Student Open Innovation Challenge grants. About 77 innovative projects that have received a grant of about 25.34 lakhs. Also, student innovators, as they were working very hard, received the Young Innovator Award under SSIP. One more thing that we can offer to the startup, we can help the startups, is the Nodal Institute we have, that is approved by Industry Commissionerate, Government of Gujarat, and through which we can support the funding, which can support the publicity, marketing assistance up to 10 lakhs, up to 5 lakh assistance for mentoring services, sustenance allowance that is very important for a budding startup. So this Nodal Institute can be a really hand holder to any of the startup who is in the early stage. We have been approved for in principle approval of 2.5 crores from GSBTM to set up an incubation lab to support the biotech and healthcare projects. So the Institute of Pharmacy has a history of doing lot of proof of concepts, and we are like switching over the biotech sector, especially for COVID projects. Many of the students have done a lot of works, and that are under this BT incubator. So another important thing that especially for electronics and IT sector is like Institute of Technology has received an approval of ₹50 lakhs for availing assistance by incubators under scheme of incubator and startups for IT and ITS. So this is an important achievement because startups usually in the stage whenever they are in the lab scale, they want some scale up, they want some developments. This is really a good support from us. So we can facilitate at least 2,000 startups under this scheme. We can establish at least 50 incubators like this. There are key objectives of this scheme. Also, there is established entrepreneurship development cell that is in collaboration with CED, that is Center for Entrepreneurship Development, Udyog Vikas Sansthan. So under this objective, we are actually developing good startups, good enterprises, which can really help in the economic growth. So many of the students are working under those schemes. So those government aided schemes actually really helps us whenever we want to go further. MOUs and collaborations are very important. There are about more than 15 collaborations we have with industries. One important is the Vadhwani Foundation, through which we are attached. Another important thing that is the robotic lab. Robotic lab is being set up by the e-Yantra Lab Setup Initiatives. That is a college level program that has been supported by IIT Bombay, and through which we can create an ecosystem in the college to develop a proper robotic system. So many of the students are working under this lab and are developing some robotic based projects, robotic based startups. So this is the need of R that we are addressing to. So under this scheme, many of the students have received good ranks in top 10 all over India. So e-Yantra Lab is a very active lab in our incubation center, and we are helping the startups in developing the robotic based system. Another important thing is that we have developed a fab lab. So fabrication lab is, we have all the basic instruments, tools for mechanical works, electronic works. We have many books related to startup, innovation, entrepreneurship, patents, IPR. We have a co-working space in which all the incubators can come, they can sit together, they can discuss, and they can also walk. So these are some of the basic things that we have kept in our Fab Lab, along with like all the co-working spaces. These are the actual some pictures that we are providing to our incubators, the labs where they can work, they can discuss, and all the facilities they can avail. This is the basic layout that we have. Is like we have a robotic lab, we have pharmaceutical innovation center, we have instrument rooms, we have civil engineering where the civil engineering projects can be done. We have a office, we have a IT, we have like some solar projects can be done in this way, and there is especially IPR cell. So in terms of IPR, we have a strong support system.
Madam, sorry to interrupt, but if you can expedite, we are running out of time.
We have a strong mentor pool. Many of the mentors from national agencies, MHRD, as well as CPAM, DST, Ministry of Science and Technology are in our mentor pool. We have a strong IPR cell with in-house registered Indian patent agent. We have 30 patents filed with 14 patents published, 2 patents granted. And we are continuously in touch with the patent office also who are assisting us. We have sensitized more than 2,000 students of Gujarat. Along with MOUs, 10 startups are coming out, along with research grant of rupees 22 lakhs from many of the government agencies. One of the students has secured 3rd rank in this COVID competition of Samadhan organized by MHRD. Many of the students have received good ranks, good awards. Some of our felicitated startups are there. We have organized the first pharma hackathon of Gujarat and second of India. In that, many of the students, about 328 students have participated. Then some of the growing startups. We have a good number of startups who are in the budding stage. Some of them, first is the Odo Bikes, that is the electric vehicle sector. The person is Vivek Page, and he has received orders from a Dubai-based firm. He has received some workshops in Dubai, and he was selected there also.
Madam,
yes.
We have to conclude.
Okay, sir. Just 10 seconds, sir. I will.
Yes, thank you.
Then another is this VUXR, who is selected for Vibrant Gujarat Summit presentation. Another is Pushpak hybrid drone. That is a very good one. That a drone that can dive inside water, can run on surface, and can even fly. So it has a very good use. Only 2 are there in the world. The 3rd one he is preparing. So this is from all about me. So I extend my best wishes to all the startups participating in the TiE Vadodara Virtual Startup Showcase, and really thank to the organizers for providing them such a good platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a great informative session. And I would encourage all the startups specifically who are into robotic and would like to build something in robotic and bio. I think that's a great place where they can get in touch, because you do have very well established laboratories over there. So thank you so much for your kind time and understanding about the offerings. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Srinivas Salve, who is PhD. He is a CEO at Atal Incubation Center, LMCP Foundation, LM College of Pharmacy, Ahmedabad. He has been part of various startup and innovation related initiative at LM College of Pharmacy, such as member of committee and mentor for SSIP and Incubation Center representative of ICC. He is a very self-motivated with a strong planning and organizational and leadership skill. Mr. Srinivas, it's all your. Please go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Dhruv. And it's a little late, but I think people are around. So I'll just share my screen and keep telling about what AICLMCP is. I hope I'm audible and the screen is visible.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can see do you have any innovative idea in pharma and healthcare space? And that's where AIC LMCP is poised to support your aspiration to become entrepreneurs. So AIC LMCP Foundation is an Atal Incubation Center hosted by LM College of Pharmacy and supported by AIM, Niti Aayog, Government of India. And we are sector-specific incubation center focusing on pharma and healthcare sector. And we are also a nodal institute under industries commissioners for supporting the startups with seed funding and sustenance allowance and other facilities under the scheme. We have also been principally got approval from MSME Ministry as an incubator under the MSME incubation scheme. So just to give you a brief about the host institute, the LM College of Pharmacy is the first independent college of pharmacy in the country. So we are getting into our glorious 75th year of establishment. And this institute has produced pharma entrepreneurs, innovators who are across the globe having very good contribution to the entire pharma and healthcare ecosystem. And this institute also runs a couple of other innovation initiatives. As you can see here, the Institutional Innovation Council. The institute is also Nodal Institute for Student Startup and Innovation Policy of Gujarat. And of course, we are the only Atal Incubation Center focusing on pharma and healthcare sector under the umbrella of Atal Innovation Mission. So as an incubation center, we are actually working towards creating and sustaining a vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem in this sector. And that we are achieving by providing platform to translate the innovative ideas in the pharma and healthcare sector to successful enterprises. And we are poised to support students, faculty, early entrepreneurs, even MSMEs, and also supporting women entrepreneurs who want to make successful enterprises in pharma and healthcare sector. So why this sector? I mean, LM College of Pharmacy being we have the glorious history of pharma, education, research, as well as entrepreneurship. So, and as we saw through the pandemic as well, the global healthcare industry has been actually booming and growing very fast. So if you can see here, there have been more than 1,900 global healthcare deals happened in 1 year, in last 1 year, and which is equivalent to about $40 billion of the business. Not only that, the government has also identified this as one of the 8 sectors, startup sectors, which will grow post COVID-19. And I'm sure all of you are with me on this. And beyond that, also there is a lot of push on Atmanirbhar Bharat, especially in 2 key sectors, that is active pharmaceutical ingredients and medical devices. But this is not a cakewalk. This sector has its own challenges. It's highly regulated, resource intensive, cost intensive. The ideas have longer gestation times before they see the market. You need a lot of domain expertise, as well as you need to be really wary about the intellectual property aspects of it. And we are poised to give solution to all these challenges that the sector has by navigating through regulations. Through collaborations and facilities, we are providing a lot of resources. Also, we are facilitating funding requirements of the startups. And of course, the gestation time is reduced by giving the right resources at right time. We have a lot of mentors, advisors, and consultants with deep understanding of the domain. And of course, we advise and advise on filing and protecting the intellectual property to the startups. So these are some of the key focus areas that we have been supporting. And of course, this is a partial list. But you will see that novel drug delivery systems, technologies, you have tailor-made equipments, packaging solutions. Nowadays, we are talking about novel APIs, phytopharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals. Another key segment is the novel testing tools and medical devices. We are also seeing a lot of novel modalities of therapy are coming in, especially pharma and biopharma drugs, vaccines. We are also seeing patient care tools have been booming and technology being making inroads into this sector. Not only that, the alternate therapies like Ayush sector therapies and paramedical sciences, food and nutrition are other healthcare related sectors that we are supporting. So we have eminent personalities in our governing board. It is chaired by none other than Pankaj Bhai Patel of Zydus Group. And we have doyens of management, Professor Kalru and Professor Hanubhai. We also have ex-director of Torrents R&D, Dr. Bhatt Subodha Desha, was ex-commissioner of FDCA, and BM Shah brings in a lot of financial understanding. He has been CFA at Arvind's and currently is the registrar at Ahmedabad University. And then we have the executive committee, again, experts from various backgrounds coming together and screening the applications that are coming to us for incubation. And we have a team which is having collective experience of more than 70 years in pharma research and development as well as entrepreneurship. So this is how we are equipped to support the startups for their requirements. And we have state-of-the-art laboratories and infrastructure established about a 12,000 square feet incubation center area. So you talk about the advanced instruments like LCMS, HPLCs, and so on and so forth. So which even the MSMEs don't get access to. So we have created this facility and given access not only to the startups, but also to the innovators and MSMEs in the Gujarat. Not only that, the host institute facilities are also accessible to all these startups. So we have very well equipped GLP like animal house facility, a very rich library, and there are workspaces and cafeteria and chillax zone on the premises. So startups get the right environment and they also get a lot of engagement through the activities that we do. And so they get engaged with the ecosystem players. We also conduct hands-on trainings for several techniques. And there are certain flagship events such as Pharma and Healthcare Innovation Summit that we conduct, which brings in ecosystem enablers as well as startups together. And to further facilitate their journey, we have collaborated and we continue to collaborate with ecosystem contributors such as corporate partners. You name the top pharma companies in Gujarat, and we have collaborations with them. We have a lot of academic partnerships.
So sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you, but like if you can expedite, we are running out of time.
30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We do give a lot of media kind of presence to the startups. This is what we achieved till date. So we have 27 startups supported in this sector, which out of which 12 are women-led startups. We have 5 patents and 2 design registrations from the startups. And though this is a sector which has a slow movement, startups have created 18 job opportunities. And we give 360-degree support with respect to domain expertise, local, pan-India, and global networking, mentors, collaborations, and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, we give access to funding through investors and VCs. So there's a simple process to follow to enroll into the incubation center, and we have physical and virtual incubation as well. So these are the startups in it's a wide bandwidth. I don't have time to explain, but right from high-tech AI-based solutions to edutech in pharmacy, and you have certain startups who have platform technologies and hardcore cell and gene therapy kind of novel modalities. So we are very proud of these startups. Out of these star ones are women-led startups, and there are some success stories of some of these startups which are making noise in the national as well as international platforms. So Rises has been one of the top 10 startups under AI-based technology for contactless entries, which was identified by COVID-19 task force of Government of India. Redicin was one of the 13 teams in Asia, Oceania, working in SDG 3, identified by Unleash 2020 program, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of laurels, patents. These guys are doing wonderful job, and that's how we have been helping them. So if you have any innovative idea in pharma and health sector, please contact us at this email address, and this is our website. You can get more details, and thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind time and introduction, sir. Specifically, yes, I would encourage all the startups, specifically who would like to focus on pharma and healthcare, or maybe they have been into pharma and healthcare. I think it's great to get in touch with you, and I think they will. It is going to be a lot of value addition to their ideas and their startup all over. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. So to conclude, I would like to thank all the guests here, specifically Mr. Uday, Aditya, Pradeep, Siddharth, Nikhil, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Prachi, and Mrs. Srivinas. Thank you so much for your time, and I am sure it is going to be a lot of value addition to the startup ecosystem, because it is going to be very, very much informative to them. They will be getting in touch with you, and I think they will be expedite their initiative and startup, and they will make it unicorn. Maybe the next unicorn should be with you. So thank you so much for.
Thank you so much, Dhruv. Thanks to all the incubators, amazing incubators who've joined us. On behalf of TiE Vadodara and this program we're running on our third day, I thank you everybody for joining in and giving your support to TiE Vadodara. We really look forward to working with you more. Every incubator out here is doing great in their line and their strength, and we would like to have all the strengths together with our organization. And on this note, I would like to invite you all for tomorrow's session as well. Please join us on the viewer platform where we are closing tomorrow, and there would be closing session given by many industrialists along with our ecosystem partners who are joining us tomorrow. Thank you so much for all our viewers. Thank you so much for all the ecosystem partners, all the organizations who've supported us, for being with us in this continuous journey of 3 days. It has been amazing. Thank you so much.